Check 1, 2. Thanks. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, March 29th. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process. Staff are available to get back to you online quickly while the voting process is suspended. Staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when that's available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. As always, we acknowledge we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment, of course, to recognize the immense contributions of our amazing staff here at the city who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And with that, I'll have the roll call, please, clerks.
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova. Not present. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Dominato not online yet. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Thank you. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Council, I have a couple of items that I'll bring to you with a heavy heart. The first is the condolences for Vancouver Police Department Superintendent Bill Spurn, who passed away recently. Superintendent Bill Spurn began his law enforcement career as a member of the Victoria Police Department Reserve and worked in BC Provincial Corrections before he joined the VPD in 1996. Superintendent Spurn spent the first 5 years of his career as a constable working in the downtown east side, and I think we can say that's where his heart really was through his whole career here. In 2001, he successfully competed for a position in the drug squad, where he served until 2006 and was seconded to Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit in BC. He returned to the VPD in 2010 and worked as a detective in the Criminal Intelligence section and was promoted to sergeant in 2011. Assigned again to the downtown east side, where he supervised a beat enforcement team. In 2012, Superintendent Spurn was transferred to the Provincial Standards section and worked as an investigator. He got transferred to the Organized Crime section in 2014 and supervised an organized crime unit. Remained in the Organized Crime section until 2020, after being promoted to Staff Sergeant in 2016 and then Inspector in 2017. Superintendent Spurn is an accredited team commander and a court-recognized drug expert. He studied the decriminalization of illicit drugs in 2019 as a member of the CACP Global Studies Program, traveling to the UK, Spain, and Portugal. He has presented to a number of conferences, meetings, and workshops, and interviewed extensively in the media on the opioid crisis, illicit drugs, drug treatment, safe supply, harm reduction, and organized crime. He was definitely an encyclopedia in these matters and a great advisor to the police and to the city. In 2019, Superintendent Spurn was the recipient of the HB Spear Award, an international award given to those involved in law enforcement who have demonstrated a balanced regard for the needs of enforcement and human compassion. So, Council, I'd like to share my condolences with Superintendent Spurn's family and to all those who worked with him at the VPD. Thanks very much to Superintendent Spurn and his family for all they've done for this city. Second, Council, I I would just, in a moment, call for a moment of silence on Ukraine. Last week, I had an extraordinary call with the mayor of Odessa, who at that moment was actually being shelled for the first time. It was an incredibly hard conversation where we talked about our links as cities. For 50 years, we've been a sister city with Odessa, and just the incredible bravery that I witnessed firsthand with the mayor of that incredible city and with the entire population of Ukraine as they face invasion from Russia. So I was hoping that Council, we could have a moment of silence for those who have lost their lives in Ukraine and for those who have sacrificed so much in the defense of democracy. Thank you, Council. Next, we'll move to the plan for the day, which is a long one. So do our best to get us through all the items today. And just a reminder, we have an in-camera. First of all, any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. Also, our longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, inclusion includes respect for all genders. So please, when addressing speakers and staff, try to avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by the first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 9 administrative items, 6 reports, 19 bylaws, 5 administrative motions, 7 council member motions, notice of council member motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. The plan for the day is to go until noon. Then we have lunch break from 12 till 1. Then in camera from 1 till 3. We return at 3. There's no public hearing this evening, so if needed, we'll break at 5 for dinner and then return at 6 p.m. to finish the agenda. Council, I have a meeting today, this afternoon with the Prime Minister, so I will be absent, and Councillor Wiebe will chair as Deputy Mayor during that period, and I'll try to get back as soon as I can to complete the business of Council. We're required to go in camera later this week, and the reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Can somebody move a motion, please, to go in camera later this week? Councillor Boyle, Councillor Carr, seconded. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. That passes. Thanks so much. Okay, we have 7 minutes to get through. So minutes 1 are from the council meeting of March 1st, 2020. Any corrections? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Move adoption. I have a seconder. I heard Councillor Carr. I'm just going to try to go by voice just to keep it even for the folks on the who are remoting in. All those in favor say yay. Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. Minutes 2 are the minutes from the public hearing of March 1st. Any corrections? Someone like to move, please?
I'll move. Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly, thank you. Councillor Dejanova, seconded. Thank you. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. Minutes have passed. Minutes 3 are of the council meeting from the standing committee on, following the standing committee on policy and strategic priorities meeting of March 2nd. Any corrections? Moved by Councillor Carr, seconder.
And Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That passes, thank you. Minutes 4 from the public hearing of March 3rd. Any corrections? Would like to move, please?
Move. Councillor Bly.
Kirby-Young.
Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks, that passed. Minutes 5 are the business license hearing of March 8th. Any corrections? Councillor Dejanova moves. Seconder. Anyone? Councillor Boyle.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That passes. Thanks. Minute 6 are business license hearing meeting of March 9th. Any corrections? Mover, please. Councillor Carr, thank you.
Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Second. All in favor, yay. Opposed,
Yay.
nay. passes. Last one, minute 7 are the special council meeting in camera of March 10th. Any corrections? Mover, please. Councillor Carr, thank you. Second. Councillor Boyle, thank you. All in favor?
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That passes. Thanks. Okay, now we're on to the consent agenda. We have a number of speakers today on a number of items. So those open for consent are reports 3 through 6. And those are report 3 is the annual Federation of Canadian Municipalities and LMLGA fees. Item 3. Item 4 is revive an expanded time frame for 44 East Cordova Street. Item 5 is 3493 Commercial Street, closure of a portion for Heritage Building. And item 6 is 1650 East 12th closure and conveyance of lane. Anyone wish to hold any of these items? Okay, thank you.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Carr. All in favor of adoption, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thank you. Those have passed. Yes, I will. So we've passed report number 3, which is the annual Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Union of BC Municipalities and Lower Mainland Local Government Association membership fees for 2022 to 2023. We passed number 4, which is the revised and expanded time frame for 44 East Cordova Street. We passed number 5, 3493 Commercial Street, closure of a portion of road for Heritage Building encroachments. And number 6, 1650 East 12th, closure and conveyance of a lane. Those have passed. Thanks, Council. All right, so we have reports number 1 and 2 have been held in order to hear from speakers. The first one, we have a number of speakers lined up. Council, I think 26 at this count. This will take some time to hear everyone. It's a Millennium Line extension to UBC. Just ask right now, does anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? If not, we'll go to staff for presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just going to provide a brief introduction. I'll pass it over to Steve Brown, who'll give the presentation. Just wanted to state that the UBC extension is the most important transportation project for this region in near term. Without it, the region will confront an unresolvable transit bottleneck in the regional transportation system at the intersection of Arbutus and Broadway. The project has been in the works for decades and been through a number of significant and broad public consultations. The project has broad public support, and today we're seeking Council's endorsement of the project as TransLink launches the next phase of public consultation on their priorities for the next 10 years. With that, I'll pass it over to Steve Brown.
Thank you, Lon, and Mayor and Council. Today, we have a presentation to provide a bit of the overview of the project timelines and benefits. We'll do an overview of TransLink's current work that's underway, as well as some lessons learned from station integration on the Broadway subway, which we'd like to apply to this line as well, our council recommendations and next steps. In terms of project timelines, as Lon mentioned, we've been doing planning on this corridor for over 2 decades. I'm just going to highlight some of the key milestones that are pertinent in the last decade for this project. The first one, I would say, in 2014, when the Mayor's Council vision was approved, it identified 2 stages for delivering the project. The first phase was the Broadway subway project, which is currently under construction. And the next phase was Arbutus to UBC, which identified that during the construction of the Broadway subway, planning should be undertaken to determine technology, alignment, and timing for the extension all the way to UBC. In 2019, there was the first stage of the analysis that was undertaken, and we looked for council approval on the technology, saying that SkyTrain is the only technology to be able to support the extension out to UBC. And at that time, we also entered into a memorandum of understanding with UBC and MST to work together to help secure provincial and federal funding to move the project forward. In January of 2022, TransLink approved its new Transportation 2050 30-year vision, and UBCX was a strong contender in consideration for the 10-year vision. And now that brings us to our current points, where in March, the technical work for this next phase was completed. It will be going to Mayor's Council in April for endorsement. And in advance of that, we're seeking council endorsement of the line and station locations. And what this will do is it will show strong city support for both the alignment and stations to be considered at that Mayor's Council.
Excuse me, it's Swanson here. I'm just wondering if the public can see the slides.
Check with the clerks. Got a yes? Okay, yes, Councillor Swanton, yes. Point of privilege. Please continue.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Great. So I'm going to provide a bit of an overview on the need and the benefits of the UBCX. And one thing, this is really key to city, regional and provincial goals, particularly around transportation, but it also helps to support housing goals as well. Another key issue that we found was that, on the opening day of the Broadway subway, the bus service from Arbutus to UBC will be at capacity in the peak hours. So this is critical to be able to address that bottleneck. In addition, we found that there's 4 out of the 5 of the region's busiest bus routes that run east-west through Vancouver. This line extension would draw riders from that are regional in nature and be able to provide capacity on those east-west routes well into the future. And it connects a regionally important employment corridor. The connection between jobs and tech and hospital at UBC and in the hospital district is something that would attract employment on a more global scale. It also provides affordable housing around potential new stations. And one thing that we've found is that this connection is very regional in nature. In fact, once the line is connected all the way to UBC, about 1 million people will be within a 60-minute transit connection out to UBC. And it helps to support First Nations development of their lands. So it's helpful to compare projects to other projects in the region just to get a sense of the magnitude of this. So this chart I'm showing now shows on the left the Broadway subway project, which is estimated to be between 140 and 160,000 riders on opening day. The Surrey Langley SkyTrain project currently being planned will have around 60,000 riders, and the UBCX is in the range of about 110,000 riders. So that's in line with what the Canada Line was when it opened. And in context, to be compared to other transportation projects, the Port Mann Bridge currently has about 150,000 vehicles that travel across it. Previously, with the tolls in place, that was more in the range of about 110,000. And then the Massey Tunnel project would be about 80,000 vehicles that are served on that. So it gives you a context of the number of people that will be moved by this project. And just a note here is that, there's often questions about how has COVID affected these, and TransLink has done extensive modeling to look at the effects of COVID and how that works out into the future. And one thing that they found is part of that vision process, this is still a strong contending project, even after COVID. There's been a long history of public engagement, and through that public engagement, support for the project. This goes back as far as 2012 when we first did the analysis options and looked at all the potential options for connecting from Commercial Drive all the way out to UBC. And in that, the SkyTrain extension had the highest public support. In 2017, while we were doing consultation on the Broadway subway project, interesting enough, that 42% of the comments that we heard there was, why aren't we going all the way to UBC? And it wasn't even a question that was being asked during that consultation. And in 2021, as part of this last work, TransLink public engagement on UBCX indicated that 67% of all Metro Vancouver residents are supportive or very supportive of the line. And this actually increases even more as you look at just within Vancouver from Arbutus to UBC. It's about 71% there. This next section will give a bit of an overview of TransLink's current work. And I think it's helpful to give a bit of a context of how this comes together. There's many phases in a project like this, and to get a bit of an understanding of the process helps to understand how we get to ultimate construction and operation of a line. And so on this chart here, we can see on the left, the green bubble there, that we're in pre-business case design development. And so what that is you're narrowing down the options to 1 or 2 alignments and stations so that you can move forward into a business case analysis. And that next bubble is where you really get into the details of project costs, details, the benefits, because that's going to set the funding envelopes to be able to construct the project. And then as we move further to the right, once you secure that funding, then you can start getting ready for procurement, which is getting the contractor to be able to do the design and construction of the project. And so, as you get ready for procurement, you can do some early works, you do final design, construction, and at the end, it's operations. And so from the stage that we are right now, there's multiple processes to go through to get to that end state. And so right now we're at that first bubble of just defining the project. And in that work, that's being led by TransLink, and we have multiple partners, including members from Metro Vancouver, groups from the province, as well as First Nations and the University of British Columbia and Endowment Lands, and the city as well. So in this current scope of work, the objective is to come up with a short list of alternatives to advance to the further design development. And really the key things here are horizontal alignment. Since the last work was done, the Jericho planning process is something that is new, and so looking at where that goes. The vertical alignment, whether it's above grade or underground, and then evaluating those against overall strategic objectives. So on the horizontal alignment, when you start from the east, the Arbutus station is the last station in the Broadway subway construction, so it would start from that point and then continue west. And through all of the work, McDonald and Alma have been identified as stations that are key within that regional scope. Plus, there's a third station that's been identified as regional scope, which would be either Jericho or Sasamat. And McDonald and Alma are pretty set because of the north-south bus connections that go by. Neither Jericho or Sasamat currently have those north-south bus connections, so they rely more on the development and surrounding area. And they're in too close proximity to be able to do both stations. So through this work, we've looked at some of the advantages of a station at Jericho and exploring the Jericho or Sasamat question. One of the key things of a Jericho station is that it provides an ideal construction staging opportunity. And if we look at the Broadway subway construction, one of the key things there was the laydown construction area in Great Northern Way campus. So this is quite a significant amount of space that's required to be able to do tunnel boring machine launch and supporting there. So that, to give you a sense of context, it's about 150 meters wide by 300 meters long of staging area that was secured through that to be able to support that. And the other thing is that in a site such as Jericho, you can provide space for key operational rail infrastructure. And that seems a bit jargony, so it's about being able to do crossover tracks so trains can get from one area to the other. That's really hard to do in our street segments because it requires a lot more excavation near businesses. It also helps to minimize disruption for neighborhoods because construction can happen more within the site. It supports economic development in the nations. There's significant housing opportunities, and it also, a key thing is it can connect to a regional recreational opportunity at the Jericho and the beaches. In terms of the vertical alignment, so TransLink has undertaken a feasibility analysis to establish the regional base scope for vertical alignment. And one thing with this is that they've gone through some policy development of what is required for municipal contributions and what is not. And in SkyTrain extensions, the first thing they look at is elevated possible? Because if it is possible, it can be significantly cheaper. So in this analysis, they need to look at both technical requirements, like where it's not possible because of grades or those sorts of things, and then functional aspects, which could be proximity to buildings and that. So just to give you a little bit of an example of this, when Broadway Subway went through this process, and if you look at these three images here, the one to the right shows the Broadway Subway corridor, and you can see it's quite a narrow corridor with buildings right up to the edges, and so an elevated alignment would be in very close proximity to buildings that are already developed that weren't designed to respond to that. As we look to the west, the corridor gets even narrower. So this section would have greater challenges than that Broadway section to be able to do. So in terms of station integration, one thing that we have learned through the Broadway Subway project is that if you truly want to get integrated stations, you need to start this work early in the process as the reference case is being developed. And the key for that is how building development could integrate with the station at the ground level. And I call to your, in the bottom left corner of this presentation, you can see the image for Mount Pleasant Station. And it has provisions for overbuild to happen afterwards, but is a lot more complicated to be able to develop after the station is in there. You have to have clearances around it and build around an active station. On the right, you can see an example of Granville Station downtown at the Hudson, where a station entrance was integrated into the development there. It provided the elevator access to the station, and it's directly integrated into the building. So the key here is that we need to do some work early on to be able to figure out how that works, and really it's that integration piece with the station and the lower levels of any adjacent development. This brings us to our council recommendations. So the key recommendations that we're looking for is to endorse a Millennium Line UBC SkyTrain extension from Arbutus to UBC, including stations at McDonald, Alma, and Jericho. Also, we're looking for endorsement of a station location within the Jericho lands to better integrate with that future land use development. And this is work that we would work with TransLink and that planning process to figure out how that works within that location. And then the third item is that station integration piece. So we're looking for endorsement of staff to work with project partners. This could include the province, TransLink, and others to advance opportunities for station integration and to achieve that shared urban design objectives of a fully integrated station with the development. So in terms of the next steps, so TransLink is currently undergoing a Mayor's Council endorsement process for a preferred alignment and station locations. That is currently scheduled for April. It's also being considered along with other regional priorities as part of the Mayor's Council new 10-year vision. And if that is prioritized as part of that, then that will give it the opportunity to move forward to the next phase. This would be advancing one or more of those preferred alignments. If you recall back to that diagram I showed of the different stages, it would be moving forward to that business case development, and that's really where a lot more of the details of the project get developed and refined, and the costs will get set in that process. And that is what's used to seek the final endorsement of funding from federal, provincial, and any regional sources as well. That's the end of the presentation.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Council, we got a round of questions now before we hear from the public. So we have Councillor Kirby-Young for up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So at this point, Council has endorsed the UBC line extension. Council has endorsed the preferred technology for it. And prefacing my question, so the conversation today is really about station endorsement. So on that basis, if, and we have 3 proposed stations in this report, McDonald Street, Alma, and one in the Jericho lands. if council were to provide alternate direction that a third station be considered either at Sassamet Street or in the Jericho lands, can you share with us what kind of process that would result in? Would TransLink conduct a technical analysis of both routes, for example, and would we see a public assessment come back in terms of the pros and cons between doing something on West 10th, and it may not be Sassamac, it could be just on West 10th in the commercial area? Would we see an analysis between that and the Jericho lands?
Yeah, so there actually has been a lot of analysis that's been completed. The challenge is because it is going to the Mayor's Council, we haven't been able to release it. So yes, we could, if you said endorse the alignment and come back with more details on those station locations, that is something that is possible if you choose to do that.
Okay, but just to be clear, for the public's clear, we would get back a technical analysis of both routes. Would we have any analysis with respect to the impact, for example, on the commercial area, on the sort of the area along where the BIA is and where West 10th is relative to that, the housing potential, or are we just going to get a technical analysis on the line from TransLink?
There's been a multiple account evaluation that looks at a lot of the development opportunities and that. The business impact piece hasn't been part of that, but it's been primarily more transportation technical, but also adjacent development opportunities and that we would be able to bring back.
So mostly housing. What about the commercial impact in terms of the struggling area there on West 10th?
Yeah, I think the key thing there we would look at if we're endorsing Jericho, that we would look at how to do better connections between those to make sure that it's well connected into the station locations.
Okay, so I'm not hearing that we would get an analysis of commercial unless council directs it. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. My next question is with respect to vertical alignment, and I know that's also part of the analysis. That was a big component for the existing Broadway extension that's underway. Can you speak to how likely is it that we would continue with a below-grade vertical alignment based on knowledge of the area and the terrain and the work that was done, for example, on the current Broadway extension?
Yeah, it's still being considered by Mayor's Council, but if you look at the corridor, it's about 3 meters narrower than the Broadway subway corridor, which found it unable to, for functional reasons. So high likelihood that it would be required to be underground.
High likelihood. Okay, barring anything unanticipated, but just based on topography and past analysis, that would be a logical conclusion. So we wouldn't, would that include extending past the Jericho land sort of towards Alma Blanca there, or would we possibly see an above grade, for example, extending into the UBC component through the urban forest and a lot of that natural park space there that's quite valued by people in terms of respite from the busyness and increasing density in the city?
Yeah, our analysis, we're focusing on the area within the city of Vancouver at this point. And so anything beyond into the endowment lands in UBC is not the focus of our analysis here. So that would still have to undergo further analysis. It's not the same as what was done for the Broadway subway where you're going through a commercial area. So that would require further work to see where it would.
And who would make that ultimate determination? Would that be TransLink? Would UBC have a role in that?
It would be TransLink, but they are working with project partners like UBC, UEL, the First Nations to undertake that analysis.
Okay. You also mentioned one of the things that we hear a lot about, and maybe you can sort of quickly touch on, is you said that TransLink had recast and revisited their assumptions in light of the pandemic, because we hear that ridership is down. We're probably looking at 3 or 4 years until we're fully rebound. The financial difficulties that TransLink is in, people saying that, fundamentally life has changed, right, in terms of our live and work patterns. So can you speak to a bit more detail? Because there's very little in the report, and a lot of people question, I think it's a fair one, why do we need this now if life has changed?
Yeah, and TransLink has done a lot of analysis on various different scenarios how COVID would affect ridership. It won't go back to 100%, but they're still projecting that at some point in the future it could be at 95%. And if you recall, before the pandemic, we had a capacity issue on all our systems where you couldn't get on any transit. So this actually buys us a little bit of time to catch up to where we were in the past on our transit investments.
So it could parallel by the time it's built with transit having rebounded.
Yeah, and the numbers that we're looking at are quite a bit higher than other systems throughout the world. And so like other people would be happy to have the situation that we have right now in terms of ridership within our region.
Thank you. That's my time.
Councillor Weed?
Yeah. First question. Obviously, since we're earlier in the process, do we think that we have a stronger ability to require washrooms in these facilities to be accessible as well as multiple elevators? I know that it is something we've heard as a large concern from the population here in Vancouver. I'm just wondering, because we're a bit earlier in this process, are we able to better strengthen our ability to require them?
Yeah, so all those are governed by TransLink passenger facility guidelines and their washroom policy. That is something that we flagged for work on our accessibility strategy to talk about how we can better get additional elevators and also address the washroom issue. TransLink currently has a policy on washrooms that would put them at interchange stations, and the challenge that they have is the funding for that. So that would be the piece that we need to move forward on there. Right now, the stations within the UBCX alignment, they wouldn't be ones that would be qualified under their existing policy for the larger washrooms, but in all of their stations, they do provide the washrooms that you could ask for access to.
Okay, thank you very much. Second one is, can you talk a little bit more about the ability to create a connection between the Jericho station and what could be West Point Gray Village? Would that be escalators, elevators, walk pathways? What is the kind of vision for that, or is that something that would come further down the road?
Yeah, we need to work in more detail, but at a high level, we have explored this. One item is through Jericho, because there is a grade differential. We could use access from the station and development to access both down towards the water in the parks and up to the upper level. And then a key thing is we've looked at transit connections. The Jericho land actually provides a better opportunity to have a community shuttle type service that could service both sides of that. So you could have transit connections that could go down to the beach, also go through the commercial area. And as well, in the Jericho lands plan, one of the key frameworks through there was a walking cycling connection that goes through the site. And Discovery Street is kind of a past greenway corridor, which connects right at the end of that site that could go up to the business district. So there's walking, cycling, and transit connections that are options, but it would need to be worked out further through any future kind of land use and planning studies.
So the Jericho option has a better opportunity for active transportation and a greenway to connect more people to our beaches and parks.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Next one is on the cost. Recognizing I live near the large site here at Emily Carr, what would be the cost savings of being able to stage and be able to put the SkyTrain through a large site that hasn't been developed and doesn't have the infrastructure already in place, as well as we wouldn't have commercial disruption of West Point Gray? Can you talk a little bit about the benefit of going to an area that hasn't been developed compared to being in the Upper West Point Gray Village?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'd look back to our work on the Broadway subway and the Great Northern Way campus. So again, that area there was something where we had to reserve a pretty large area, which is hard to do on smaller sites. That allowed for the tunnel boring machine to be launched from there as part of that project, which then meant, it wasn't a cut and cover project and all the staging can happen in those areas. And so that is something that you can't really do easily without a large site. And with a large site, you can reserve that. For Great Northern Way campus, that was reserved back in 1999, and 20 years later, we were able to hold it. So the other challenge is that holding that for a period until the SkyTrain comes along. So that's a big advantage there as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate this report.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, Mayor. A couple of my questions have already been asked, so I'll narrow it down now. In previous councils that I've sat on, there was never an either or in terms of a station at Jericho Lands versus Point Grey Village. It was always Point Grey Village with a possible addition of Jericho Lands to be determined in discussion with the owners of those lands. But why are we saying now there could be just one? Because at that time, it would have been a fourth station as an addition to the three solidly chosen stations.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, the initial analysis that was done back in 2008 to 2012, Jericho actually wasn't a thing at that point. So at that point, it was more guided by the B-line stations, which it went along and over to Sasamat, and there's a B-line station at Sasamat. And so really the The either or has come up in more recent times when Jericho has become a development site. And so through this technical work that was underway, it looked at, regionally, in regional scope, like what could be supplied there. And that identified that there's 3 stations within Vancouver that could be of regional scope. If we wanted to add a 4th station, then that's something where the costs would likely have to be borne by the municipality. And so
What is this? What is the estimate on the additional cost of a 4th station to us as a city?
Yeah, there's, it's still early in those, but the challenge would be is if you were going to Jericho, in order to get back over to Saskmat, you'd have to go under all those, residential areas, so you have to buy additional properties there, then you need to get back along into Saskmat and then add another station. And the challenge is that it also pulls ridership away from the Jericho station. So you have a large amount of additional costs in the hundreds of millions of dollars range without adding really additional ridership to it because it's already captured.
Okay. Okay, understood. You talked about stations being of regional scope, and I'm assuming that you're talking about the potential density of residential development on the Jericho lands. Is it one of the key factors?
Ridership that leads into there and the key benefits to the region. And so that, when I talked about, TransLink undergoing that municipal framework, in the past, there wasn't a clear definition of how you would define what is regional scope. And so they went through an exercise to determine that. And really it's like what areas would provide benefit to the region. And then if it's more localized, then that would be more municipal or partner scope.
Okay, so for example, the fact that Jericho Station would enable regional access to the beaches and the parks along the waterfront there, that gives it some more regional scope. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah, and more opportunity for social housing and non-market housing areas within that through a larger development. And so there's a number of factors that go into that.
At that time when we've had previous development of the SkyTrain routes, we've located stations in some very low density areas. I think people have come to realize that, gee, you don't have to have high density development, for example. But the conversation appears to me to have changed, especially coming from the province, potentially from the federal government as well. Can you just explain to me what is that changed discussion around the expectation of ridership and transit-oriented development? And if that is just senior governments talking about it, or is Metro Vancouver, so i.e. the Mayor's Council, also talking about that?
Yeah, definitely having maximizing the transit investment is something that comes up. At the Mayor's Council, they often focus more on the lower income housing and how that could be provided, and that's something that can be facilitated through transit expansion. But definitely at sort of all levels, they want to make sure that the densities around the station are there to support the line. And what we've done in our analysis, currently it only has existing zoning that has gone into all that forecasting, except for at Jericho, there has been a provision for that, but the other areas have all been under existing zoning. So the current numbers for the line are actually just existing zoning. But of course, in the future, if the line's approved and ready to move forward, there would be a land use planning exercise that would look at that. And that can come in many forms.
Yeah, and just to finish my questioning, with a decision that's coming forward imminently at the Mayor's Council, TransLink Council, will that discussion around potential development of density, as you say, maximizing transit investment and affordability, do you expect that to be in the conversation?
Definitely it comes up in the conversations. Where that usually plays out is that after, as the line's getting ready to move forward, there's something called a supportive policies agreement. We have that for Broadway Subway as well, and that's where each of the parties would look at commitments through the line to be able to support that. And so that's where we identified the land use planning exercise for Broadway, and TransLink identified area transit plans and other areas. So there's commitments from all different partners on those.
Thank you.
Councillor Harbeck.
Thanks, over here. Can you please provide the actual ridership per hour pre and post pandemic?
For
ridership on the equivalent area from Arbutus out to the university?
On the existing buses?
Yes.
I don't have the stats on each of the bus routes, but TransLink has been reporting out on ridership. Typically, they're at, I think, about 60% right now. We also have Marisa on the line if she wants to add anything further on that.
If I don't hear anything further, isn't it true that they use boardings which double count passengers in their methodology?
Boardings doesn't double count passengers. Boardings is just a person getting on. Then there's also a lightings that get off. So if you combine boardings and a lightings, then that would be there. But typically a boarding would have 2 trips. You get on in the morning and then you get off, in the afternoon. So you would have passenger trips that are
So then, can you confirm that the schedule of existing buses is about 2,000 max per hour
on
the line that we're describing currently?
Steve, sorry about that. I was on mute for a second. Councillor Hardwick, we're at about 70% of our ridership from pre-pandemic levels. So that's about accurate.
So have you explored other ways of dealing with that capacity since it isn't as pressing, using articulated buses like the 99, for example?
Yeah, we have looked at that, and that's where that ridership analysis that TransLink has done, because this line will be, in best case, will be built sometime after, 2030. So in that case, ridership is expected to respond back, and we will not be able to address the capacity on buses or surface transit.
Okay, so aspirational numbers as opposed to evidence based on...
No, evidence based on modeling.
Evidence based on modeling.
Yeah.
Okay, have the projections included UBC estimates of new condo sales and unhoused students for a university of 100,000?
The model is based on the regional model that has projections that are approved by Metro Vancouver, and that would include student projections and population and growth projections at UBC.
Has the city discussed with UBC to supply affordable housing for faculty, staff, and students on campus rather than this $4 billion connection to do the same thing?
I haven't been in discussions with this.
Have we looked at how the money might be better spent building a more distributed approach to surface transit throughout the body of the city?
Yeah, we did look at that as part of that work in 2019. And the challenge with surface rail is that it runs into capacity challenges. So if you have an LRT just on the one quarter, it will run into capacity constraints within 15 years. If you try and do it distributed and have another one on 41st, yeah, you get additional ridership, but then you also run into capacity constraints on that quarter. So that was part of that last analysis that was done in 2019.
Isn't it true that there is a network of what was previously the streetcar system in the city of Vancouver that is still largely intact, that could easily accommodate surface rail without having to expend this additional cost of tunneling and related expenses?
We looked at that, and if you ran surface rail, you would require trains about 80 meters long, almost a block long. They could only run at a frequency of about 4 minutes. So the capacity of that is quite a bit lower than the others, and you run into capacity challenges. So it wasn't something that would be able to meet the long-term demand.
Well, again, since we have choices to make about the way that we're going to densify the city. Are we intent on building a bunch of high-rises along a subway line, or are we interested in having more distributed density across the fabric of the city? It seems to me that the latter would give a more livable approach and at much less expense. From what I understand, it would be in the order of about 20% of the cost, and that the whole of the city could be blanketed with better transit instead of putting all our eggs in this Broadway extension basket.
No, we do have all the costs outlined in that Rail to UBC report, and it's not 20%. It's actually the cost of the 2 lines would be more than the cost of doing the Broadway subway line, or sorry, the UBC extension. And it wouldn't have the capacity. You'd have to come up with something else in the future.
I'm out of time.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. So I just wanted to focus in on process here. And then just to confirm, in 2019, I think it was around this time even, council endorsed the extension to UBC. And maybe even almost unanimous support, I think, at that time. So, and in that decision, I distinctly remember the endorsement was to go and have that technical analysis done and endorsing the cost to do that, as well as providing the business case. And yet we have a decision in front of us today that doesn't have either of those components. So why are we really having this decision today?
Yeah, so that work was to endorse that it was SkyTrain technology. So that was just the technology. And during that report, we said we would come back with horizontal alignment elements. And that's because there were changes in things like Jericho. And so now it's really the horizontal alignment decisions and station locations. And that work was also called it got the approval for the pre-business case inputs. So before you get to the detailed business case, you do some more high-level analysis. So the work right now is in the range of about $3 million to undertake the work. To go into that next business case piece, you have to do a lot more detailed concepts, and that's more in the range of 25 to 30 million. So there's stages to get through there, and that other was the first stage, and we're just going through the multiple stages of approval.
Okay, that's helpful, thanks. So my next question is on page 8. It talks about next steps. And it talks about council endorsement of the city's preferred alignment and station locations. Preferred would suggest that there's another suggestion in the report, but there isn't really. And in fact, I think earlier you said assessment's not possible at all. So there seems to be a bit of a, like we're being provided some options, but really we're sort of being directed to Jericho. So I just wonder if you can comment on that.
Yeah, and the preferred alignment is basically saying that we're moving away from the alignment that went up 10th Avenue to Sasamat and going into alignment that goes through Jericho. And so those were the two that are being compared. And we framed it in the report as looking at the station location and then going through the horizontal alignment. And so the choice is between a station at Jericho or Sasamat. And then once you choose the Jericho station, then your alignment is kind of in that direction along 8th rather than going over to 10th Avenue.
Okay, so not to rehash previous questions, how are we as council able to better understand the technical and business case analysis for the Sasamat station? And then a second part of that question is, in an ideal world, would we not want to have both stations when we think about 10th and Blanca and the fact that that is a high street and the opportunity there is different, perhaps, than housing density in Jericho, but would be argued equally as important? Why would we take it off the table so early when we don't have line of sight to any of that detail?
Yeah, and I understand it's a challenging situation to be in right now where a lot of the technical analysis is still going to the Mayor's Council. And so that piece, I think we've heard questions earlier about can we push that decision to a later point? And I think that is possible to be able to do between those two.
So just a quick follow-up, if I may. I do note on page 8, it does say that demonstrate municipal support for project. That's the goal here. We've already done that.
We've done that as it went to the Mayor's Council the last time, and that was focused on the technology. So now at this point, if we can endorse that the station locations at McDonald and Elma and another station within Point Grey, and that we come back for endorsement on that.
Right, but wouldn't it be argued that if we're endorsing the technology, we're endorsing the lines?
It is kind of a set of stages.
You can't endorse technology to run a SkyTrain to UBC without endorsing the line to UBC.
Well, the endorsing SkyTrain, it could be sort of an elevated, it could be on 10th, it could be on Jericho, so this is...
We're just talking about the UBC extension, meaning we're going to take it from Arbutus to UBC. I guess what I'm trying to understand is why are we rehashing at this particular moment in time the UBC extension, really at the end of the day, when we're not even being provided more information or to sort of, based on evidence and data, be able to say, yeah, okay, we can endorse Jericho based on X, Y, Z. There's nothing in this report that says that.
Yeah, we've got the high-level summary from TransLink. The detailed report is something that will be going to Mayor's Council, and so I get that this is a challenging decision to choose the Sasamat or Jericho item. We've done technical analysis on it, and we can bring that
Okay,
back.
so my last question, because we may get
You're at
this
your
in the
five.
future, is page 9. It says advance one or more preferred alignments into further design development. So there is an option to do one or more
Sorry,
preferred
you're going to move on
alignments.
to, you're at your 5. We're going to move on to Councillor Dominato. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation and update. I just have a handful of questions. One's a reflection on, there's been obviously a lot of communication on this. I think a lot of people have conflated various issues in this report coming forward, but can you confirm for me, this is how I read it, but in last year's adoption by Council of the guiding principles around the Jericho lands, it included a focus on mobility, and the Jericho Lands Policy Planning Program early ideas included reference to a station at the Jericho Lands, and that's also been reflected in public engagement documents that have been used over the last year with the public. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious if staff could comment on the engagement of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. They are partners at the table in the Broadway line and UBC extension, but particularly my understanding, this is informal, I'm looking for more formal clarification, is that MST has endorsed a station at Jericho Lands. Is that correct?
We've been working with MSTDC on that. We've looked at options of where that could go within Jericho lands, and they've indicated that they are strongly in favor of a station within the Jericho lands.
Okay, thank you. Could you give me a sense of what the cost would be for, you've indicated that the current planning envisions in terms of federal, provincial support, 3 stations, a 4th station, what's the ballpark of what that would cost?
The details of that haven't been developed, but generally stations are in the range of like hundreds of millions of dollars to add stations.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a sense from the engagement with our partners that there's favor to station development around sort of transit-oriented development, and therefore stations located where there's high development potential?
When you're talking about through TransLink and that, like, in terms of partners?
In terms of the provincial governments, the federal governments, senior government funders.
Yeah, there's definitely, the province has goals on affordable housing, and so they see transit as a way to be able to deliver that. So they are strongly interested wherever we can get additional affordable housing.
And can you refresh, it's been referenced a few times in terms of because there's been questions around process and timelines here, is the timing, when is the Mayor's Council? When is this to go to the Mayor's Council?
Yeah, it's targeted to go in mid-April.
Mid-April is, and they simply need indication that we are supportive of the extension to UBC, and that's what's needed, is that clear direction that we support an extension to UBC.
That's correct. And for us, the more clarity we have on station locations and alignment helps us in further planning, particularly on things like, Jericho lands. If we know that there's a station there, again, looking back to Great Northern Way campus development, the certainty around that helped to then refine the further development of the structure plan for that area.
And so with that, in refining that planning, you're referring to the further business case work, but also the costing of this project?
And also just further development of the Jericho lands plan.
Correct. Okay. And maybe I'll leave my questions there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I'm understanding from our briefing yesterday that the development cost expectation policy applies along the corridor all the way to UBC. Is that true?
Yes.
And would staff consider upping the amount of the development cost expectation in order to really knuckle down on speculation and increasing land prices?
I'll let Matt Chilito, who's on the line, to answer that one.
Good morning. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Matt Chilito, Acting Director, Special Projects Office. We are happy at the moment that the development contribution expectation policy is working reasonably well. We've been monitoring land values in the area, and they are relatively stable and sort of tracking with citywide averages. The expectation that we put in, which is a $330 per square foot contribution from strata housing, is quite aggressive. It represented, based on the analysis we did at the time, 100% of the land lift. So we feel that's sufficient at the time, sufficient currently, but we will continue to monitor it. And if we see land values increasing, that is a tool that we could use and look at again and report to council for an update.
Okay, thanks.
Currently, we believe it's working well.
Good. How, recently we've had bus stops canceled, frequency reduced, fares increased. Now we're canceling the upgrade of the Burrard station because it's too expensive. How can we ensure that if we go ahead with this, it's not going to starve the rest of the system of money?
Yeah, so this project is being considered as part of all the regional priorities, and because of the ridership, it is something that's ranked quite highly, and so it would be measured amongst all those to see how we can deliver things throughout the region for transit.
So we're not really sure. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that as part of that process, there's usually projects that are delivering on capacity. This is one of those. We have capacity challenges along the corridor, and so those would be delivering that. And then other areas, they would be looking at delivering bus improvements that can help to increase ridership as well.
And are you saying it wouldn't come out of the same money pot?
It does come out of the same money pot, but it's valued in a priority setting process at the Mayor's Council to see that they can all be delivered.
Okay. You said that the province sees transit as a way to get affordable housing. So I'm wondering how they see this and what their definition of affordable is. And also, just in terms of housing along the corridor, does staff have any plans to make sure that it actually is affordable, that it's not like it is on the Cambie corridor where it's mostly for people earning over 80 or 100,000?
I'll let Matt Chilito answer that because it probably relates to what they're doing on Broadway corridor right now.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Obviously, that's a key consideration. Housing affordability will be a key consideration in any future land use planning process that we were to undertake. And I don't want to preempt what that would look like at this stage because that's some time off. But I think it's fair to say that we would want to look at ways to increase the supply of rental housing, both market rental and below market rental housing. We would want to, I'm sure, look at safeguarding the stock of the existing relatively affordable rental housing in the area, similar to some of the tools that we're using on the Broadway plan. And then also we'd want to expand the non-market housing supply, both in tandem with other forms of housing, but also on some of the existing non-market sites in the area. So there are a range of tools in our current toolkit that I imagine we would use, along with others that might emerge in time for a planning process that we would undertake.
So that's what we want to do. It's not how we're going to do it, because the how is the hard part, right?
Yes, and we've developed some approaches through the Broadway plan to do all of those three things that I mentioned. The process for the UBC extension area would be different, and we would look at that on its merits at the time. There are some quite significant differences between the Broadway plan area and the UBC extension area, but we do have a number of tools we can use to deliver more housing and to safeguard the existing relatively affordable housing that we have. And I'm sure we would use those plus others that might emerge. And to your point about the province, bring in our partners to help us deliver more affordability with their programs.
Thanks so much. Councillor DeGenova.
My time, thanks.
Thanks very much. My questions follow up on a few of the questions Councillor Dominato asked. I'm just wondering, right now, how sure are you that we will be moving forward with a station at Jericho Lands, as per the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh's request and endorsement of this?
Yeah, well, that's why we're seeking council endorsement that that's the preferred station location. From the analysis that TransLink has done, it scores the highest for all the accounts, and so based on that, that would be the recommendation.
Okay, so that's a recommendation right now, but what factors will play into that? Will that include cost and our ability to fund the station?
Well, we know that in the Point Grey area, we would have at least one regional station. And so whether that's at Jericho or Sasamat, our recommendation is that it's at Jericho because of all of the benefits that we described.
Of course. I'm just wondering, and I'm not sure if this is appropriate, Mayor, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
About conversations with the federal government and if there's a possibility to look for extra funding under sort of the reconciliation work and work with DRIPA and what we're doing here. I'm just wondering if that's something that you're planning to talk to the federal government about and our partners, considering their support, the MST support for this.
Yeah, so in general, those discussions have gone very well. For the first time ever, the federal government has agreed to funding up to 40% of the next business case, which will be somewhere between $40 and $60 million, with the province coming on board for up to 40% as well. And then the other partners being very willing to come in. So essentially that could be really cost-free for the city and potentially the region. And that gets us to the business case. After the business case, then comes the big decision from the senior level governments of whether or not to fit the whole bill for the building of the line to UBC. That also will have partner funding from we understand from MST, UBC, and it is, from my understanding of informal conversations, a strong preference of the federal government. And so that'll be part of our discussions perhaps today and as we move along through this project.
Not to put you on the spot, I'm talking specifically about the Jericho Land Station. I'm just wondering if above and beyond the funding that's already been committed, if that would also be something that we could ask for above and beyond just to make sure this happens.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do think at UBC, but especially at Jericho, there's a definite possibility there. But all of the planning at Jericho and with other partners depends on our decisions coming in sequence. So until we approve the station locations, they can't do the planning, and then we get the idea of the absolute cost in the business case.
Thanks. I have one more question if I can slip it in, and I'm just gonna shift over to housing affordability and looking at planning and development along the proposed extension. And I'm wondering how right now with our policies and developer contributions through, development cost charges that are paid out, how it would impact this from a regional planning perspective or TransLink if they were to start charging DCCs or DCLs, whatever they call them, but they're starting to make charges on development that is transit oriented, which we've heard rumblings about for some time now. I'm wondering if that's a consideration as to how that will impact housing affordability, and if so, how?
And maybe I'll start with there was, as part of the last investment plan, a regional development cost charge that was put as part of the funding tools to be able to pay for that. There was extensive work done by TransLink and municipal partners to look at how that affects development, and it was done as kind of a spread DCC across the whole region rather than just in localized areas. So that is something that is already in the books to raise funding from the last investment plan. And I'll see if Matt Shillito, do you want to add anything more to that on the DC aspect?
I would perhaps just add that obviously in principle any charges that that TransLink or other parties were to put on development would reduce the scope for the city to use its tools, its current tools, to lever in additional affordable housing through development. So it would be, we haven't modeled the impacts of that and don't have experience of that yet, but it's clear that there would be an impact on our ability to deliver affordable housing.
Thanks, and thanks for letting the answer go over, Mayor.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just have, I know a lot of questions have been asked and the presentation was really helpful, so thank you for that. I just have been thinking through the feedback that we have been hearing over the years on this and wondering if you can respond to my sense that from MST in the Jericho lands, there's quite a bit of interest in a subway there. And we have been hearing quite a bit of concern or opposition to significant change in new housing around West Point Grey. And so my sense had been that there would be less enthusiasm for a subway station up by Sasamat because of that. But I haven't seen all of those numbers together. They've been sort of pieces of different conversations. So I'm wondering if staff have a sense of that in terms of the discussion between those two stations.
Yeah, for the Sasamat station, I think it's generally more around the West Point Grey Business Association that has a strong interest in having a station there. At Jericho, yes, the MST DC is very strong support in wanting to have a station at that location.
Okay, and can you give me a clearer sense? I have spent quite a bit of time cycling around that area. I know the hills. What it would look like for some kind of shuttle, if there was a station at Jericho that could serve West Point Grey to make it easier for folks to get up that hill?
Yeah, what we've looked at is if there was a station that was more central to the Jericho site, then it could actually bridge down to 4th and then up to the upper area of the Jericho site. And one thing that, because an underground station takes time to kind of access up, you could have connections through elevators or escalators, so that is part of development that could connect up to that area. And then there'd be roadway connections at each side that would allow for a transit shuttle to be able to connect at the station at 2 points of the station entrance points to be able to serve that. Plus then the cycling connections and active connections through the site, we're looking at kind of going along the bridge to bridge that those grades. And then from that point, if you're on that upper level, then you could kind of connect up into the village and you're at the sort of the southernmost point of where that business area starts.
Okay, so we have we looked specifically at the route that a community shuttle could take from somewhere on the Jericho lands to be serving somewhere around that West Point Grey business district?
We've looked at it as part of the Jericho lands work to make sure that that can happen on the site, and then we'd need to look in more detail about how that bridges out from the site, but there are possibilities of different routes for that to happen.
Okay, and presumably that would also allow new residents in the Jericho lands to be going up to the West Point Grey site too and supporting those businesses and having that be part of the community?
Yeah, ideally you'd have those connections that bridge the grade as something that could be accessible by all, and it by the transit station infrastructure could help to bridge that so that people could go through it without having to enter fare paid zones.
Okay, and make it easier for those folks to access the beach too. Great, okay, that's helpful just to picture all of that and all of my questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We're now going to move to hearing from the public. So I'm going to call speaker number 1, who's Nathan Davidovich. You have up to 5 minutes, and then councilors can ask questions for up to 3 minutes. I'm going to call speaker number 1, Nathan Davidovich, who I believe is on the phone. Just check with the clerks. It's going to call one more time, and then I'm going to move on to speaker number 2. Nathan Davidovich, speaker number 1.
Point of procedure, Mayor?
Okay, I'll move on to the next speaker. Speaker 2 is withdrawn. I'm going to move on to speaker number 3, Chris Shelton. In person, great. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I would suggest that this document be tabled. This morning, the federal government came in with their new proposals under their, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Act, requiring the reduction of greenhouse gases. And I would suggest that technology that is being used is going to increase greenhouse gases. And I will talk about that shortly. I think the Impact Assessment Act will require that assessment. I also would suggest that the Climate Change Accountability Act of the province of British Columbia would also be violated by building this project. There are 3 university professors from the University of Toronto who wrote a paper on the greenhouse gases of building a subway. They stated in their report, which was adopted by the Organization of Economic Cooperative Development's International Transportation Forum, stated that if you build a subway, you are increasing the greenhouse gases 27 plus or minus 5 times than the add-grade system. That would be 2,200% increase or a 3,200% increase. That's because you are building concrete tunnels that have to be maintained every 75 years, and you have to have the boxes for the station, which are also made of concrete. Where would you get a mode shift to reduce that level of gas increase due to projects like this? If it was, and this is a new project, if you were to deal with the subway line, the Broadway subway line, it would have not today, if it was to start today, it would have to go through the Impact Assessment Act policy and probably would not have gotten approved. But there is a transitional rule in the act that the Minister of Environment got to waive, saying that the project was underway. This project on the table today is not underway. I think the drivers of this project can best be summed up by a paper prepared by a Oxford professor, and he calls them the 4 sublines. There's the political subline, where the characteristic is the rapture of politicians get their building monuments to themselves and to their causes, for the visibility this generates with the public and the media. The technological characteristic of subline is the excitement engineers and technologists get in pushing the envelope for what is possible in the longest, tallest, fastest type of project. Economic, the delight of business people, trade unions get from the making lots of money and jobs off of mega projects, including for contractors, workers in construction and transportation, consultants, bankers, investors, landowners, lawyers, and developers. And the 4th is the aesthetic, which is the pleasure designers and people who love good design get from building and using something very large that is also iconic and beautiful, like Golden Gate Bridge. And unfortunately, you've only made 3 out of 4 of those aesthetics here, but they are strongly embedded in the presentation that was the engineers and the planning department have presented already. If you were to look at the sustainability, there is none. And you can prove that with looking at the greenhouse gases complaint. And the sustainability is now defined by the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations as economic, environmental, and social. Environmentally, they're defeated. Economically, we're adding a $6 billion project to drive this tunnel out to UBC, tip of a peninsula where, you know, at 3 directions, it's all water. Not a very sound concept. You know, the alternatives that that were presented to the public was, here is a SkyTrain system. The SkyTrain system was built by, has 2 different characteristics. There's the Canada line, which has the heavy rail system, and the Expo line and the line on the Millennium line, which is linear induction motors.
Thank you. You're at your 5 minutes, but Councillor Hardwick has a question for you. There you go.
Thank you. What is your background that you have these insights? What's your background?
I have 1 degree in business administration and another degree in economics.
So what's your interest in transportation engineering then?
Just as an oversight and the politics of it all.
I see. So in some, listening to the various references you cited, it sounds to me that this mega project is really being done as a mechanism to promote development on the peninsula. Am I reading you right?
Definitely. High-rise development on the peninsula. You know, the high-rises that, you know, Jane Jacob referred to as architectural phallics.
Right. So in other words, we are making a decision not just about endorsing this approach, but rather endorsing a larger complex, which is really about growth promotion along a subway and towers paradigm.
Correct.
And your assessment is that that has significant implications from a GHG perspective and our concerns around climate change.
Correct.
And also in terms of, you quote Jane Jacobs there, in terms of our livability and what we prioritize as a society.
Correct.
And what would you say the impact is on our existing residents, the people that live here now?
Higher taxes on property, higher income needed to buy into the Vancouver market. You know, by borrowing all this extra money, we're saying to our grandchildren, here, you pay for it.
Well, I, for one, am concerned about being the last generation of my family that's able to afford living here, so that resonates with me. But overall, then, if it doesn't benefit the people that live here now and our children and grandchildren, who does it benefit?
I would suggest that there is a significant real estate collapse happening, one in China, and there's just a recent collapse of a property management company in Saskatchewan. And you will see the world economy is restructuring itself radically over oil and gas, war in Ukraine. It's hard to predict, but there's going to be major changes in all our paradigms. And this particular project falls neatly into that clause where, oh, we can increase greenhouse gases and we can build this lovely big project and we can increase the property development costs and, you know, make it pay. But $6 billion with, add in the $3 billion for the Broadway subway, add in the cost factors of being underbidded.
We do have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young as well. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm over here. Thanks for speaking to council. I just wanted to follow up and clarify one point, and you had referenced grandchildren and that there would be paradigm shifts. So I guess my question is, I just want to make sure I understood what you said correctly. Are you suggesting you think there's going to be property devaluation that will make it more affordable for the children and grandchildren to purchase property, for example? in the West
I think the international market are the buyers that are coming into Vancouver. They'll be buying residential units as a safety house, a safety box, either in the sky or basically a safety bank account. There will be a lot of empty housing or housing that is used partially. And, you know, the people that make this city work will not be able to afford to live in Vancouver.
Could we guard against that, for example, by requiring a large part of the housing to be rental housing or other types of housing?
You would need to be making a significant amount of increase in the affordable housing units in Vancouver.
Okay, so if we need this significant increase in the affordable housing units, you don't think they should go here?
I do think that people should be able to afford to live in Vancouver and live close to their place of work.
Right, I agree with you. I guess that's what I'm getting at is how and where do we do that?
How? Well, one, you can stop this project. You know, the project is currently saying $6 billion. That's a lot of money when you can build a at-grade cost, which has been designed and prepared for the city of Vancouver study at $500 million. And that would be along the first street corridor that the city lands owns, you know, an at-grade conventional technology. And I want to stress here, the linear induction motor system is now owned by Alstom Group, which is the company that just bought out the Bombardier Transportation. In their final press release, they stated that the enlarged group has a combined pro forma revenue of around 15.7 billion euros and a 71.1 billion combined backlog. It employs 75,000 people worldwide in 70 companies and has an unparalleled completion and complete portfolio of products and solutions. And in the footnote, it states, the combined, the calculations by adding the Alstom's backlog as of June 20th, 41.2 billion euros, and Bombardier's backlog of June 2020 of 33.7 billion converted into
Thank you, sir.
Canada.
Sir,
The Bombardier backlog.
Thank you for your comments. I'm limited for my time, and unfortunately, that's my time.
Let me just finish here. The Bombardier backlog figure has not been reviewed for methodological consistency with Alstom. Alstom is a certified environmental company.
Thank you so much for your time today. That's it for questions. I am going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again. We have Patrick Condon, speaker number 4, who's calling in.
Hello, I've got a couple of slides to show, so if you could put those up on the screen, the first one, that would be great.
Sure thing. We'll just wait to get them up before I start your timer.
Right.
Okay, we're all ready to go. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, members of council and mayor. The motion today asks council to reaffirm commitment to the single-line transit corridor to UBC in a version of SkyTrain many times more expensive than previous extensions. Given the uncertain funding future for TransLink, already billions in debt, and with ridership still less than half of its pre-pandemic peak, I'm here to suggest that there are much better ways to spend $5 billion of taxpayer money. Some of you are aware that I have long been raising questions about the Broadway subway plan, mostly because of its fantastic expense, the troubled nature of its exotic and failure-prone technology, and because the socially destructive way it somehow begets a necessity for tragically unaffordable market condominium projects to justify it. You can go to the second slide, please. But in the interest of time, I will offer only a reminder of why the previous elected officials of the city and their supporting staff accepted the Arbutus terminus for the subway at the time of the 2015 plebiscite. At that time, they touted a plan where a surface rail line would emerge from downtown using the CP right-of-way, splitting at the intersection of Arbutus and West Broadway, with one leg to go up to UBC and the other to go down the multimodal Greenway to the Fraser North Arm. Such a system would, I was informed, be reasonable given the much reduced ridership west of Arbutus on Broadway, and, as a bonus, could eventually serve the Fraser River North Shore, including Marpole, the industrial blocks, the Riverview District, and even potentially beyond. As a bonus, such a system could be built at a fraction of the presumed $500 million per kilometer of the subway system. Many such surface rail systems have been built in North America for between $40 and $80 million per kilometer. The larger point to ponder here is this: how can BC citizens get the biggest bang for their buck as we can collectively try to build a greenhouse gas neutral transport system, a system that serves the largest group of riders possible? I suggest that a narrow-minded view of just getting from point A to point B 3 times faster than a more comfortable and vastly more affordable alternative is not a smart choice, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We don't have, Councillor Hardwick has questions for you. Please go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Patrick. As I know that you have been involved with this question going back at least since I've known you in 2005, to what do you attribute, and did you anticipate this report and recommendation coming forward?
Well, I did anticipate it, and I think you and many others may know that my larger complaint about the strategy for this line has been its narrow focus on just one line and a 3-minute advantage in speed at a cost of an additional $5 to $6 billion seems entirely unreasonable at a time when we really need a network-wide system that is greenhouse gas zero, serves the entire city, if not the entire region, and does that at a price that's affordable.
So why would we do that? Knowing that there are issues around GHGs when we are prioritizing climate change, knowing that the ground-oriented housing typology is in the best interests of residents, when we hear that we want to be able to have distributed density throughout the city, why are we then promoting this particular paradigm?
I think we've become locked in the last 40 years to a particular assumed set of public benefit goods. And fast transit is better than somewhat slower but more convenient transit is one of them. And because of its cost, it begets a necessity to add incredible density at station areas. So it's a strategy that has carried us forward, and I think most of us simply buy into it as reasonable. And our engineering methodologies and our other decision-making methodologies, in which I include political decision methodologies, tend to reinforce that. In fact, I thought that the presentation of the engineering department today was really quite professionally done, but bespoke of this problem in terms of an unexamined buying in with a set of premises that, if you look at them in their context, are entirely unsustainable in the long view.
So what is your recommendation, given this report? What is your recommendation to council?
Well, my recommendation would be to press pause, consider the pandemic's influence on all of this, consider the opportunity that $5 billion has in providing a much more ubiquitous and widespread system of greenhouse gas zero transportation throughout the city, and avoid the incredible greenhouse gas nuclear bomb that the subway concrete will create, and that will not be paid down during anybody's lifetime.
Thank you so much. Councillor Swanson has questions, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Patrick.
Sure.
Somebody asked staff about the light rail previously, and they said that we couldn't use light rail here because the trains would have to be too long. I forget how long, but like almost a block long.
They said a block long. First of all, a block long doesn't scare me out of town. That's done in a lot of municipalities in Europe, for example. And also, I would challenge their estimates of the cost of these systems, which were put forward to your council, I guess, a couple of years ago, a year and a half. I've done publications that have looked at the actual costs of surface rail systems throughout the world, including many in North America, and they come in at a price of about $40 to $80 million per kilometer, which is a tiny fraction of the $500 million per kilometer for this subway system.
Okay, and you're saying that the subway system would be only 3 minutes faster than a bus or than a light rail, or where do you get that from?
I get that from a 2012 study done by TransLink when they said that the total time differential between surface light rail from Commercial Drive all the way out to UBC would be 6 minutes, and I'm just estimating that given this is about at the halfway point of that line, that there would be a 3-minute difference between surface light rail and the subway.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask the staff about that.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. That's it for questions. Thank you so much for calling in today. And I'm going to move to speaker number 5, who is Bree Gregg.
Mayor, speaker 5 is not on the line.
Clerks, we move to speaker number 6, Hui Zhang.
Mayor, speaker 6 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 7, Susan Fisher. Speaker number 7. Hi there. Is this Susan Fisher?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could speak directly into your receiver, that would be great. And we'll let you go.
Yes.
5 minutes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity to speak. And as far as I can tell, the main function of the UBC extension is to serve projected density on the western portion of the Broadway corridor, on the Jericho lands, and at UBC. By endorsing this report, which of course specifically recommends a station on the Jericho lands, you would be taking a significant step on the road to approving a tower-oriented luxury mega development on the Jericho land site. And surely this is not something that anyone who cares about quality of life in our city could possibly want. This ambitious infrastructure proposal is a textbook example of the common cost private profit paradigm. The cost of the SkyTrain extension, currently estimated at $4 or $5 billion, but sure to balloon to much more, will be borne by us, the taxpayers. The benefits from this project, they will accrue overwhelmingly to developers. Building the extension will sanction massive tower development on the entire route. The taxpayers will pay to enable these projects, which of course would do very little to ease affordability and would be the very antithesis of sustainability. One last point I'd like to make. When the Broadway SkyTrain was approved, I believe we were told that most of the ridership on the B line gets off before or by Arbutus. But now we're told that Arbutus will be a bottleneck that must be eased by building this extension. Somehow this just sounds like a bait and switch to me. Anyway, I hope you will see the dangers of the proposed extension and vote against endorsing this report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. There are no questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker. Thanks again. Council Speaker 8 is withdrawn. We have speaker number 9, Mark Battersby. Speaker 9, Mark Battersby.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Thanks very much. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes, it's Mark Battersby. I'm the past president of CARA. That was the residents organization that was involved in pushing back on this full high tower development on the Molson land and produced, as a result of citizens' involvement, one of the more habitable developments in the city and perhaps even in the world. And I want to speak in favor of citizen participation and against the kind of tower model, which, as previous speakers have pointed out, is implicit in the subway extension. The subway to Arbutus never made much sense anyway. It was always, I think, as the previous speaker said, a bait and switch set up for this extension to UBC and for the excuse to make high density, high tower development, whether it was going to be along 10th or is now apparently planned for the Jericho land. The city should put pause on this motion, should table it for the time and re-examine the model of this high-density development which the subway is designed to promote and which the city requires in order to pay for the extreme expense. I also want to speak as an author of critical thinking texts on statistics about the use of these polls that were cited by the presenter and has been cited by UBC. They are rigged polls where the questions that beg people to provide support, and they don't require the citizens' intelligent questioning about the trade-off between the expenses involved and the benefits. If you really want to know what the people think, you've got to provide them with alternatives to consider in a poll and to something realistic in the way of expense decisions. Otherwise, this is just a smokescreen, an illusion, a way of getting a poll that's designed to have people tell them what the pollster wants to hear. So I hope that the council will take account of the comments by Patrick Condon and others and push the pause button on this thing while we consider really the kind of city and development we want, and also we come up with a reasonable process by which the citizens are involved and not someone which is a sham poll. Thank you.
You do have questions. Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Mark, what is your background academically?
I'm a professor, a retired professor of philosophy, but I've written 2 textbooks on critical thinking, one of them in particular on statistics and scientific information, which I think is the most relevant.
So then you've studied how polls are used broadly in different examples. How would you characterize the poll that you've referred to here, which I believe was a sample size of 1,900 online poll that is being touted as supporting this proposal? How would you characterize that poll?
I would characterize it extremely dubious poll. There's a whole bunch of criteria that polls need to satisfy. Mere the number doesn't tell you whether the sample was done on a perfectly random basis. But most importantly, these are questions presented to people who are not given the relevant information, who don't and are set up in a biased way so that, for example, the answer the pollster wants is the first one and not the last one in terms of options. So I think that council should take an extremely jaundiced view of these polls and their validity. They're just reported in terms of numbers, and they're extremely misleading. And you really have to look at the poll in detail to see how duplicitous they are.
So polls used for manufacturing consent, then, what do you think that does to the public trust?
Well, I think that we can see consistently that people who choose to speak to council when the opportunity finally is provided are by and large negative. These are informed people who've considered the issues, and if the council wants to get the thoughtful opinion of people, they need to run a completely different polling system. There's a whole bunch of models out there. Colleen, I know you know of them. And you can get thoughtful input from the citizens. But these polls do not get that. They just get what the pollster wants to hear.
Ultimately, do you think that the public should have a say over this in a meaningful way? We've had some polling that you've been critical of. But other than the election every 4 years, do you have any comments on what citizen engagement could be undertaken to make this a legitimate process?
Well, I just referred at the beginning to the Molson, former Molson Brewery Land, the Arbutus development there. That involved a large group. We had about 500 members of the citizens group, and our committee was involved in almost 7 years of discussions with council and developers. And you got a development worthy, sustainable and livable development with strong ground-oriented housing and proper number of units for families. And so anyone who's been there knows that the development worked very well.
Thank you so much.
And so there's citizen involvement is an enormous boon, and citizens are so unfortunately often looked at as part of the problem. But get them involved, inform them, and you'll get the kind of outcome that comes from a reflective and thoughtful democratic participation.
Thank you so much. That's it for questions for you, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you. We have Bill Thielman, speaker number 10.
Good day, councillors and mayor.
Hello, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and councillors. Good morning to you all. Thank you for hearing me. One of my first concerns is that I only realized this vote was taking place today in the morning when most people are at work through citizens organizations. I didn't get a flyer explaining it to me. I live approximately 3 blocks from the edge of the Jericho Lands proposal. I would be in the immediate sightline of 38-story, 32-story, 20-story, massive stories there. But more important to me at this point is we do not have a line which has been approved and funded. We do not have a business case, the most important part of a subway planning line. We don't have a business case even underway, let alone funded and completed, which would indicate to council, to TransLink, to all citizens and taxpayers. I'm a Vancouver resident in Kitsilano and taxpayer. It would indicate to them what the options were, what was considered, all of these things. That's the time after a business case, which might even say this is a ludicrous idea, but after a business case would be the time to start talking about the station. And so I was puzzled as to why we were talking about this today, long in advance of the federal and provincial governments approving funding, long in advance of TransLink and Metro Vancouver supporting this project. It is really putting the cart before the horse. And the only explanation I can find is that this is at the request of the developers of the Jericho Lands Luxury Towers project, who will use this as a marketing tool. Buy into this project, fund this project, buy units in this project, and you'll have a SkyTrain station right outside your front door. And that's not the role of Vancouver City Council. The role of Vancouver City Council is to be accountable to voters and taxpayers and residents and neighborhoods for their actions. It is not up to the developers of this massive project to get council, or not up to council, to let the developers of this massive project decide where stations go and do it well in advance of any reasonable thought that this project will even proceed. This is not the way city planning should work, not the way transit planning works, and definitely not the way democracy should work. So I'm very disappointed that this vote is happening. I strongly urge you to defer this vote until such time as we have far more information and far more citizen engagement involvement. I can guarantee you, I live in a 4-story condominium. I can guarantee you that there might be 2 or 3 people who've even heard about this, let alone know there's a vote today. So this is not the way you engage citizens, and it's going to create a backlash by people as they start finding out possibly too late what's going on. I also have to say that I'm disappointed. We've got a lot of major issues in this city right now. We get 4 violent crimes, stranger attacks on citizens. We've got businesses with plywood in front of their windows on my block on West Broadway, all over the city, in the West End and downtown. Just enormous problems. Potholes, road repair, asphalt deteriorating all over the city. All of these things are the primary function of city council and the city staff to deal with. And planning for something far in advance that may or may not happen is not a priority. It's certainly not a priority for me, and I suspect if you did a poll of Vancouver citizens, you would find it's not a priority for them either. I understand that you are trying to plan for the future, but this is way, way, way too far down the road without the adequate information and without citizen engagement. Thank you for listening.
Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. If you could reset my timer, please.
Yep.
Thank you. Bill, so what you're saying is the timing on this is questionable, and it seems to be more about promoting the development at Jericho than really evaluating the pros and cons of a subway line to UBC.
Yes, I can't see any other explanation. We know that the developers are hell-bent for leather on this project, but pretty clearly, if they can go out and say to potential buyers of some extraordinarily expensive property that will be there, if it does indeed go ahead, which I hope it doesn't, but if it is, they want to go out there and market it with a subway station right on the site. And that's just, that is not on. This is not so much city planning as assisting in a marketing effort.
Have you seen the 3D imaging of the proposed heights and densities at the Jericho proposed development?
I'm looking at some things that architect Brian Palmquist has posted. I'm looking at also, I have seen some of the things that he's posted. I've also seen the map of the 38-story plus, the 32-story plus, the 23-story plus, the massive number of 15-story plus buildings on that. The density in this is basically Metrotown by the Sea. This is one of the most dense, possibly the densest proposed development west of New York in recent memory. We don't need that kind of a huge development, which is so out of character with everything in the immediate area and everything across the city, really. And the idea that it needs to have a SkyTrain station to make it work is even more problematic. This is, again, putting the cart before the horse. We haven't approved this project. It's a project that has to be approved by City Council. I and others in my neighborhood will be fighting this absolutely because it's so wrong. But the idea that you would decide to have a SkyTrain station there before you've even got to either funding for SkyTrain and an extension of line or the Jericho lands decision has been made is just, as I said, it's ludicrous.
I'm interested in understanding what would attract the kind of population growth and density. Most people, when they come to a new place, they come there for jobs and opportunities. And I just, as I look at the shift from our resource extraction industries to the dominance of real estate, do you have any thoughts quickly about what might drive the economics of this in the larger context?
Well, I think the economics of this project are based on high density and luxury condominiums and luxury apartments. I don't think there's much question that we don't have people living on the 38th floor overlooking the most fantastic view in the world, Vancouver and the Pacific Ocean and mountains, who are there for social housing or affordable housing. This is going to be a luxury-owned, foreign-owned development, and I think that's contrary to what we're trying to do here. I think what we should be looking for is alternative plans for that land that would include low-rise development and the kind of things that would assist in increasing density, increasing supply, but not at the cost of the entire area, the neighborhood, the Vancouver skyline, and everything else. And
Thank you.
SkyTrain just contributes to that.
That's 3 minutes. I do have a question for you, though, Bill. I'm just wondering, so are you saying you're opposed to the SkyTrain to UBC?
No, I didn't say that, Mayor Stewart. I said I'm opposed to the Jericho Lands proposal. I think that the density that's being proposed, the look of that is absolutely abhorrent to.
So where would you like the stations then?
Well, I don't know where the stations should go because I don't know if they're necessary yet. That's why we need the business case, Mayor.
You know this. You don't do a business case before you have the broad framework. You know this.
Well, I think what we have is a magic marker line right now with it goes straight up from Alma, near where I live, up to UBC. So where it goes exactly. But I mean, the business case would help you decide where the volume is, what would be appropriate. All the things that you do in city planning and transit planning.
So you're in favor of a SkyTrain, but no stations.
No, I didn't say that either, Mayor. I said that we should have the business case to make a decision, and we should see that the funding is there too. Again, cart before horse.
Thank you so much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify a couple of points that you raised, and you mentioned during your comments, Bill, that you live on Broadway, I think you said. So I'm gathering that you're probably following, and you're pretty actively involved in following this quite closely. Council essentially endorsed the UBCX extension and the technology in early 2019, very early in our term. So I'm just clarifying here, so not dissimilar to the last question. For you, this is about station decisions today as opposed to the subway itself, because typically with the subway there will come some development along with it. The question obviously always is how and where, and we're seeing that happen in the current Broadway line. So I'm just trying to clarify here in terms of what you're looking for around to be different or around in consultation. given that council's already
Well,
endorsed the extension itself?
Well, I think a lot of people in my neighborhood, the neighbors that I talk to, people on the street and businesses, are aware there's a possibility of a UBC line, not a probability, not an absolute guarantee, Councillor, but that it's a possibility, and it's in the pie in the sky area right now. I would say, even though council may have endorsed the concept, which is fine, I understand that, but when we start getting down to the concrete, literally the concrete pillars that would possibly go there and where they would go, et cetera. When we don't have funding, we don't have a business case, seems to me to be only really going to serve the purposes of a developer and not the purposes of the citizens. And, I don't think, we just had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that didn't show up on this call to council who were interested in speaking. I guarantee you most people don't even know anything about this. They probably don't even know council endorsed it in 2019, but they certainly don't know you're voting on a SkyTrain station location in 5-10 years in advance of any possible construction.
Just because I have limited time, would you feel differently if there was a West 10th station that was being proposed versus the Jericho station? Would that change your perspective today?
Well, I think that one of the important questions I didn't get to in my remarks is what the impact would be on Point Grey Village, and I heard Councillor Boyle asking some questions about that. Again, I don't think the folks in Point Grey area, on the 10th Avenue area, businesses and citizens up there are aware of any of this. Whether they would approve it or disapprove it, I don't know, but I don't think that Vancouver City has done the consultation process and engagement process necessary for Kitsilano and Point Grey neighborhoods and citizens to know what's even going on.
Okay, and did you have any experience with the consultation process around how stations were determined in the current Broadway extension that's happening now?
I have come to this very late in the day because I actually heard that I did not know there was a vote going on. I didn't know what the consultation process was. I managed to participate at the last minute on the council and sending a message off, and I wasn't sure whether I could participate today, but I really could guarantee that if you took the same kind of process that you would take if there was a liquor license going in anywhere in my neighborhood, that you would find there is a lot of concern about this proposal. And that's not what's happened. I think that's the kind of comprehensive approach that City Council should take before making major decisions like this.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is number 11, Barbara May.
Barbara May speaking.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Oh, good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm one of the residents of one of the directors of the Upper Kitts Residents Association, and we strongly urge the Council to reject the integration of the UBC X with the Broadway Millennium Line and the 3 proposed subway stations. We represent residents living west of Vine to Elma and from West 10th to 16th, most of whom will be negatively affected by this plan. Many of our members feel they have not been properly consulted and are loath to support the motion because it lacks neighborhood planning. We believe that transit-oriented development can have costly unexpected consequences, such as turning closely knit neighborhoods into veritable ghost towns. This type of planning gets people from A to B, but does nothing to encourage people to linger in shops in areas between stops. One need only to look at Canby Street and the uber-exclusive Oak Ridge development to understand why we're against it. If we have learned anything about housing in the past 2 years, it is that density does not mean affordability. In Vancouver, the price of housing escalates every time a new house or apartment is built. People need housing, but housing they can afford. This plan, which promotes glitzy high-rises for the wealthy, will unquestionably make housing even more expensive. It will benefit neither current residents nor those lower and middle-income families that want to move to the neighborhood. The extension and its insistence on a subway rather than lighter forms of transit, as well as better towers suited to downtown, is short-sighted in another way. The concrete and steel used in both will leave a big-footed-sized carbon footprint. It's a disastrous choice for our environment and makes a mockery of Vancouver's stated intent to reduce greenhouse emissions. Having read the report closely, we can only conclude that developers, transit, investors, both national and offshore, and REITs will benefit from this plan. Residents in the affected neighborhoods will not. The UBCX and proposed high-rises for the west area of Arbutus will change communities whose scale and access to amenities have worked well for decades. We suggest Council delay any decision on this before more research has been completed and proper consultation of neighborhoods along the line have been made, not the phony surveys that are being put out now. Many questions remain unanswered. How many new residents will be arriving in the future? What will 60 new towers in the Jericho lands do to the surrounding area? Will they really all be built? How will the coming Surrey campus of UBC change the need for student transit? Where will the Jericho land stations be built? What will happen to the businesses along West 10th if the subway is routed away from the neighborhood? And where is the planning for more schools, medical services, police, fire, senior housing, and basic infrastructure that must surely attend all of this proposed growth? Until these questions are answered satisfactorily, until the city recognizes that we make up a collection of diverse neighborhoods rather than a single transit corridor, we cannot support the plan. For all the reasons given, please do not endorse this motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, Barbara. What do you
You're
think
welcome.
proper consultation would look like? You referred to the questionable surveys that have been undertaken. What does a proper consultation look like to you?
A proper consultation would have survey questions that gives all the answers, not questions that force manufacturers' consent. I mean, just asking people if they want a subway out to UBC was, without talking about the impact it would have neighborhoods, is a useless survey. It's and, you know, we've had public meetings, but people are very restricted in how they can participate when participants ask questions. If there are questions that the planners don't want to answer, they simply don't answer them, and they don't post them for the other participants. It's, you know, talking to people in my neighborhood, most of them are opposed to the subway and feel intensely angry at the way the city is pushing things. It really gives the public a really bad distaste for what's happening at City Hall at this time.
Well, residents have been known to rise up in the history of this city against things that they think are being unjustly done without their input. So there is hope. You know, we're coming off of 2 years on a pandemic. Sorry.
One of the real difficulties as well is that most people don't know about this. The majority of people have no idea about this hearing that's taking place today. Absolutely none. Unfortunately, our major newspapers are really neglectful at covering city politics. It's in the smaller papers such as the Courier are gone, so it really makes it difficult for people to get information.
Do you think that the pandemic over the last 2 years has further deteriorated the public process in terms of consultation?
I do. There's no longer public gatherings where people can talk to each other citizens, to see how they're, how they're feeling. Everything is isolated when you're just phoning in on the phone. You're not able to consult with anybody, really.
So ergo, it makes sense to be having a full public consultation process about something that has such profound impact on the future of the city.
Absolutely. It's really essential.
Thank you.
Thanks. We have M. Wickman, speaker number 12. M. Wickman, speaker number 12.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, can we have your first name, please?
Oh, great. It's Marlene.
Marlene, great. Okay,
And,
thanks.
okay.
Up to 5 minutes.
All
Please go
right.
ahead. Yep.
Okay. Well, originally I had put to be in favor, but I have to say that I have a niche reason for this. I am one of the parents at St. Augustine School. In terms of consultation process, well, okay, parents did not get a consultation process. It kind of found this out after the fact. Actually, the principal of the school was notified by local media that there was going to be a train station and terminal bus loop there. So the consultation happened during the summer break when nobody was around, and apparently local businesses, which I don't know what it would be, the closed down paint store, I don't know. There's not much in that corner at all for business. And, well, I found out in October about this subway station. I attended the Kids Neighborhood House. Councillor Hardwick, you asked if the pandemic made a difference when consultation. I don't really think it matters. I think these decisions are already made in advance. The consultation is after the fact. I spoke to someone contracted to the city, not a city employee, about why was this put across from an elementary school and preschool. And he said, well, we did this to St. Mary's Elementary School with a station at Collingwood. Well, that's a block away, but it's interesting. It's another independent Catholic school that has, a major transit station beside it. This bus loop, there has been a school committee that for a year and a half has been trying to deal with the city about safety concerns because, you know what, I'm really glad that the manager for engineering mentioned this at 9:56 a.m. Insurmountable bottleneck at Arbutus. Yes, this is going to be a traffic hell there. And I don't know what your solution for this traffic hell is going to be, trying to get our kids there, other people going through Arbutus. That's the only reason that it would be for this extension is to get that dealt with. This is a safety issue for children. There's also terminal stations attract all kinds of loiterers that are going to be wandering around. It's another safety issue, all right? And I wrote mega letters. And anyway, on top of that, then we found out there's a surprise going to be the 164-foot high low barrier housing right in the mix too. All kinds of compatible use space issues that don't belong all together. Now, I will move on from that. In terms of your business case, the issues there, I think it is underestimated how much the university expansions of both UBC and SFU in Surrey are going to make. SFU is going to have a medical school there. Surrey has much, better selection of housing. It's more family-friendly. Vancouver, according to your 2020 social indicator report, only has 30% families with children under the age of 14. Metro Vancouver has 42%. Surrey is 51%. Surrey is the most family-friendly place. Why are people going to leave Surrey to come out to this part of UBC? Okay, you're going to have to figure out another business case to attract people to go to the Vancouver UBC campus. I agree with others that this is mostly about densification along Broadway and building more ugly towers so people don't know each other, so we can have neighborhoods of strangers and, have less social cohesion and collective efficacy. All right. And in terms of affordability, okay, nothing becomes more affordable in Vancouver. And this was a saving for the 2020 or the plebiscite proposed by Councillor Hardwick about affordability. I enjoyed the 2010 Olympics rather, but having that Canada line and all the development there, it doubled housing prices on the east side, tripled them on the east side. For that reason, these things are, big things aren't worth it here. I don't know why everything deteriorates into another housing game with greatly elevated prices and to make things less livable for us. I think your business case really for UBC Extension should be about developing UBC as a second downtown, encouraging spin-off businesses locally, and developing studios for animation and film. Okay, Bill Thielman, I know, made comments about the buildings that are planned for the Jericho lands. Yes, I think they look like Egyptian pyramids. They're humongous. I think rather that, some of that land
We're just
should
at the
be
5, so if you
for
could just
other
wrap it
uses.
up. If you could
Okay. Oh, yes. No. I think actually it should go the way of animation and film studios. I think that there's other ways to develop income stream
Okay, thank you.
for the First Nations communities.
Thank you so much for your input today. There are no questions for you, and I'm just going to move to the next speaker. Appreciate it. Thank you. Council, at 25 to 12, we have Lise Patterson.
Mayor, Speaker 13 is withdrawn.
Thank you. Speaker 14 is Roberta Oleniuk.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Oh, okay, I'm just going to turn off my computer. The request for council endorsement of the UBC subway report at this premature stage is alarming and inappropriate. It is, as others have said, putting the cart before the horse. I urge council to vote no for the following reasons. There has been no meaningful public consultation on a subway extension to UBC. Many people who will be directly affected have not been properly informed of the implications. A plebiscite to determine whether the public even wants this subway is in order. The UBC subway is not a regional priority. Funding for it has not yet and may never be secured. The ridership basis for this subway needs much closer scrutiny. Post-COVID impacts of working and schooling from home have not been considered, and UBC's new Surrey site may well lessen transportation needs to its current campus. Given all this, it makes no sense for Council to endorse a report that designates specific locations for hypothetical subway stations. Again, the cart is far ahead of the horse. A more diffuse transit system would serve Vancouverites far better than concentrating so heavily on a single, very costly subway line. The cost of this line will mean cuts to the broader transit system, shortchanging those who do not live near the proposed subway, even as density is set to increase citywide. Recommendation C in the report clearly indicates that this report is all about fast-tracking tower development, particularly at those hypothetical subway stations, even before it is known whether the subway will proceed. This is putting the cart totally out of sight of the horse. The kind of tower development that accompanies subways and subway stations is not supported by residents of Kitsilano and West Point Grey. I'm a resident of West Point Grey. If the UBC subway does ultimately proceed, proper neighborhood planning and consultation with local residents are urgently required to avoid the types of extensive tower developments that are proposed under the Broadway plan and the negative consequences these inevitably entail. The city already has far more development approved than is required to meet future growth, so there is no housing crisis justification to subvert proper planning at the neighborhood scale. Population growth projections of 1% per year indicate Vancouver does not even require all these towers. Towers and excessive unnecessary densification have terrible negative impacts. They promote land speculation through inflated values, thus reducing affordability. They are an assault on livability. They increase property taxes because development fees cover just a fraction of the costs for the amenities and infrastructures needed to support the increased growth. Towers displace existing, more affordable rentals and charming character homes, block treasured views of mountains and ocean, and cast long, depressing shadows over residents and parks. Imagine Jericho Park with a backdrop of 15 to 38-story towers. Yuck. With the many decades of housing already approved or in the works for Vancouver, council's relentless push for more and more development makes no sense. And this is especially true given that the rate of global population growth is already declining substantially. Total world population is expected to peak in just a few decades, China's in just 4 years. Who will inhabit all this excess Vancouver housing? Will Vancouver end up like China, demolishing empty towers as the overbuilt real estate market crumbles? Environmentally, it makes far more sense for this greenest city to build only what is truly needed, rather than wasting the world's precious resources building greenhouse gas-intensive concrete towers in order to justify a concrete subway that may never be built. This sort of putting the cart before the horse planning, in quotes, inflicts the negatives of high-density development on Vancouverites when such development is not yet and may never be needed. Please, put the cart where it belongs, behind the horse, and do not endorse this objectionable report.
Thank you so much. Councillor Hardwick has questions for you.
Thank you, Roberta. You stated that this makes no sense. It must make sense to someone, or it would not be in front of us today. Have you considered what is ultimately behind this promotion agenda?
Well, when I say it makes no sense, it makes no sense to the people who live in Vancouver and in this part of Vancouver in particular. It makes sense, I imagine, to developers who, again, as others have said, want to build these massive towers. I mean, clearly, as was previously been stated, it's not going to be someone in need of social housing who's going to be able to afford the penthouse on a 38-story tower with a prime view. So it seems to me to be primarily a developer-driven project, and it seems to have the support of certain political elements. It isn't driven by people who want a livable Vancouver. It isn't driven by people who are concerned about the environment. I've heard one concern, and I don't know much about it, but I haven't heard anyone raise it, about what all this tunneling so close to Jericho Park may have on the water table for the wetlands in Jericho Park as well. And I don't know if that's been looked at, but if not, it definitely should be.
Would you agree that council's job is to take these various different factors and adjudicate them and try and achieve a balance in the best interests of its residents?
Yes. I think it is important for council to look at all of the concerns. I don't think and it should be focused on the people who elect council, which is the residents of the city.
You brought up right at the beginning of your remarks a plebiscite. Once upon a time, some people may remember that we did have referenda, for example, about the replacement of the Cambie Street Bridge. Do you think this is of significant magnitude and importance to Vancouverites that a separate vote should be undertaken?
I do. I absolutely do. It's, first of all, a huge whack of money that could be put to much better use, or certainly should be looking at what we could do with that $6 billion is a huge amount of money that implicates all Vancouver taxpayers. And it, of course, will affect a huge swath of the city, and anyone who wants to come to this part of the city, they may be in favor of the subway, but I really think this whole model of tower development is of concern to cities, to everyone in the city. I do think this is of the magnitude of at least of the magnitude of the Cambie Street Bridge.
Thank you.
Okay, we have speaker number 15 of 26, Erica Weiss.
Mayor, Speaker 15 is not on the line.
Thanks so much. We have Ward Stirrett, speaker number 16.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking in opposition to the UBC line extension in its current form. Not employed by any individual or entity who has an interest in this matter. Third-generation alumnus of UBC, as well as the fourth-generation Vancouverite. So the main points I'd like to make are the UBC subway station extension has principally benefit the landowners, speculators, developers, and City Hall, not the residents of Vancouver. The benefit of the UBC extension will primarily accrue to these developers, which will enable support their extreme density plans. There's no real affordable or supported housing that I'm able to see from this. So the density jumps in order of magnitude for the area with, as is mentioned by other callers, 15 to 38-story mega towers inserted into a low-density context, which will overwhelm public resources, and there don't seem to be any plans for commensurate enlargement of public amenities, pools, community centers, parks, etc., which massive growth in population would need to support. The city's not asked or received any truly affordable housing or supported housing on the Jericho land, which would be the principal beneficiary of this development or this stop. Despite the massive density that has been given to all the Broadway corridor and to the Jericho lands in particular. Most of these would be for wealthy residents, as has been pointed out before, and there's very weak to no real affordability allowances for actual workers. Case in point, virtually none of the teachers, police, fire, or clerical, retail staff, or laborers and trades that will work on these projects live or can live in Vancouver. They're all imported from other jurisdictions. Would it not be wiser to not focus on mega projects and mega densities and the attendant housing price inflation, which historically has not been addressed? And then it would be build a Vancouver specifically for the wealthy elite, as others have alluded to. So the economic benefits seem to accrue to kind of non-residents and represent what I'm going to frame as an imported labor train. Approaches you see in Dubai, rather than zoning the building for a local labor force across the city, this would be enabled by low-density, distributed models of development. So I would like to see us build a city like Paris or Amsterdam with housing spread throughout the city versus a city which is more like Dubai or Manhattan with its skyscraper complex. And as others have noted, the greenhouse gas contribution to the towers is very high, a 4 to 6 story mass timber, low greenhouse gas model seems much more appropriate. And I guess the other point I would make is that by building these high densities and excluding workers and normal middle to lower income classes from participating in living in Vancouver, you essentially manufacture a circumstance where you have to import labor. And as in the case in Manhattan and Dubai, they bus laborers in. So this is really a plan that would increase pricing. It would increase densities with all their deleterious effects, and to the benefit of none of the Vancouver residents. So thank you. That's all I have to remark on at the moment.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick?
Thank you, Ward. I understand you're a Vancouver resident, but what is your background? You've commented on a number of economic complexities. What's your background?
Well, a lot of what I'm doing right now is developing new economic systems, financial systems. So that's the realm that I inhabit at the moment.
So what you're looking at here, though, is if we're really, I think what I'm hearing loud and clear is that this is really about the Jericho lands development and the density that's contemplated there, and that the, transportation systems are always used to, even putting a bridge across to West Van was originally about the British properties. It's always about land speculation, not about transit itself. But in this case, what you're saying is that the density that would be created that's being contemplated by this transportation plan is really one for increasing the land values on the Jericho lands.
Yeah, exactly. You can look at, you referenced Lionsgate Bridge, which is a good example. If you look at the BART system down in San Francisco, it was built by land speculators who had previously gone and bought the land around San Francisco and then built the BART, the Air Rapid Transit System, to inflate the land values, and they all made billions of dollars in that. So these are the benefits, and the other parties that are beneficiary to this are, of course, City Hall, which gets more density and more taxes as part of this, but it doesn't. The density is incredibly, massively over what we currently have, and it really makes no sense. Kind of as the other speakers have pointed out, it makes a lot more sense to distribute these things rather than concentrate. Concentration really just is concentrating wealth into particular individuals, classes, hands. Nothing about benefiting Vancouver overall.
So then widening the gap between the local economy and the people that can afford to live here and global wealth.
Yeah, this is, as one of the other speakers pointed out, the West Bank model, or the land banking. This is what this will deliver, right? Actual residents won't be able to afford. The labor force will be imported, as it is in Dubai, Monaco, Liechtenstein, many other, Manhattan. So the rich live downtown, or in this case, Vancouver, and everybody else goes elsewhere.
Thank you so much. That's it for questions. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Where are we now? Look at my time here. Yeah, just have 4 minutes left, Council. So the rate things are going, we'll probably just pull it a little late for lunch, and we'll see you back in camera at 1 p.m. Just for the remainder of the speakers, we're on speaker number 17, Bonnie Spence. So we'll get back to you at 3. And well, again, for those who missed, we'll go back through the list and call your names one more time at the end of the section where we hear from the public. So thanks very much, Council and staff, and we'll see people in camera at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Speaker 17, Bonnie Spence.
And will reconvene shortly. Thank you for your patience.
By shortly, we mean right now. Bonnie, can you hear us? Yeah. Bonnie Spence, are you now on the line?
Hi. Am I through?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. You got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Okay. As a longtime resident of Kitts, I also only just found out about today's hearing. And that said, I'm opposed to the Arbutus to UBC subway extension. I request that the vote of this extension be postponed until there's meaningful neighborhood consultation, giving residents the opportunity to review all transit options put forth versus a subway as council's only option. This subway option would be enormously disruptive and damaging to local small businesses, and the rezoning along the route would promote land speculation while destroying existing affordable rentals, character houses, and secondary suites. With the ever-increasing property values and property taxes, increased labor and material costs, no developer will be able to build affordable rentals. This alone will defeat the city and provincial plan to build affordable housing. The city is the largest landowner in Vancouver, and as a resident, I'd like to suggest that all city properties be leased at very reduced rate to charities and foundations to build affordable housing for low to middle class families, seniors, and the handicapped, versus selling land to the developers as per 33rd and Main development. Previous speakers have spoken so eloquently of many points in opposition to this extension and the Jericho concrete jungle proposed and the loss of a station at West 10th Business District. That said, I agree that the LRT tram lines could be built for approximately $40 to $80 million per kilometer, substantially less than the $500+ million per kilometer this subway would cost. There are 5 main roads going into UBC: Southwest and Northwest Marine Drive, 16th Avenue, 10th Avenue, and 4th Avenue, with huge savings by implementing an LRT system. Transit could build an interconnecting system of LRT trams plus bus lines throughout the region, including the upcoming Jericho Lands development, the West Point Grey community, and the development by the Broad Street Bridge. It's only right to have proper resident consultation on the Jericho land development, veering away from the environmentally disastrous jungle shown in the 3D image to a more sustainable, family-friendly, green neighborhood like Falls Creek and the Molson developments, making room for community additions such as green space, school, and daycare facilities, not noted in the 3D imaging. Has the City Planning Department gone back to engage the residents of the concrete mess at the Cambry and Southwest Marine Drive Canada Line station? Do the residents there feel like they're part of a livable community? If this is what the city's rezoning plan sees to the areas around the proposed subway stations, I doubly oppose this extension. On a side note, I seem to remember a vote decades ago to not allow any structure in Kitsilano higher than 3 stories. The residents of Kitts voted then and were heard. Does the city plan to ignore that vote? I suggest another vote. Due to COVID, more than 50% of employees are now working from home. And with the building of the satellite campus in Surrey, why would students from municipalities like Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, Delta, etc., travel all the way to UBC when they can attend the Surrey campus? I respectfully request a postponement of the subway extension vote to allow time to properly involve the residents of Kitsilano and West Point Grey in planning a less intrusive, more affordable, more livable, more green solutions to transit and housing in their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. You do have questions from councillors. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I just have one quick
Sorry, I
question.
can't hear you.
Hi, it's Councillor Kirby-Young. I just have one question for you, and thank you for speaking to council. And that was, were you in favor, can I ask, of the current extension that's happening of the Broadway line that's now going as far as Arbutus?
I don't think I had any say in that, and it's sort of a done deal.
Oh, okay. But you don't have a position on whether you support that extension or not?
No, I mean, I really would like to see subways built like from Richmond down to Delta and to South Surrey to bring workers into the city. Our city is not going to be able to sustain itself as a city for tourism destination without any workers, because none of the workers can afford to live in Vancouver and will not be able to in the future.
Okay, and you're not seeing workers crossing east to west?
Yeah,
or
transit
throughout
dollars
Vancouver?
should be spent getting our workers into Vancouver.
But not, what about moving workers within Vancouver that might live in the city going east to west, for example?
Sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Sorry, I said, what about workers that may live in the city going east to west, for example, but not north to south?
We do have the 99B bus that works very, very well. And with ridership down, I don't feel that the amount of money that's being spent I think it could be used elsewhere.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all your questions. Next speaker we have is Frank Heiselman. Frank, you have 5
Hello,
minutes.
everyone. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the mayor and to council. I will probably repeat many of the items or opinions that you've heard, so I'll try to be very short. Yes, I think it would be, I oppose the subway extension to UBC, first of all. Sorry, I should have started with that. And I would like you to please delay the vote on that particular subway extension. Now, I have a multitude of reasons, and I will tell you about them briefly. I think it's absolutely premature to propose the subway now because of COVID. The demand has reduced significantly. As the previous speaker indicated, UBC has now a satellite campus or is planning a satellite campus in Surrey. So again, this will further decrease the demand. There will be an intense demand for good public transportation through this new, I apologize if I don't pronounce it correctly, Senaqua development near the Burrard Bridge, which cannot be served by the subway. So any investments into this subway will not benefit this particular development at all. The construction of a subway is very, very carbon intensive, and in my mind, not something we should do to deal with the climate emergency that City Council is addressing, or at least tries to address as often as they can. So we don't need more of these huge concrete devouring projects, in my opinion. You also probably, or most certainly assume a certain ridership numbers due to the planned Jericho Lands development. But let me just assure you, or let me at least express my opinion that the density you are projecting for the Jericho Lands is way over the top. I mean, we're talking, if you look at the 3D model and you do the calculation, we're talking about 30,000 additional people on Jericho Lands. and that is completely over the top. This is not something that the communities around it can support, and that's also very important for me. You are negatively impacting Jericho Park and the beaches, and I'm now not just thinking about nature itself, I'm also thinking about these places, Jericho Park and the beaches beyond, as refuge areas for a lot of people across the city who do not have gardens, who rely on these parks to go to enjoy nature in some ways. And if you put 30,000 people right next to the park, there's no way you can continue to do that. And the reason that I bring up Jericho Lands, of course, is that in my mind, this development, the subway extension, is all about Jericho Lands. The UBC extension business case rests on the idea that there will be a mega development at Jericho. And conversely, the business case for the high density on the Jericho Lands rests on the idea that it will be a transit-oriented tower development. So the two are interlinked. And if you ask me, this subway is not about transporting people. That's not the main point, because if that was the case, it is obvious that the report would have talked about COVID and would have talked about and worried about ridership. You don't even mention it in the report. It's completely ignored. This is all about the development aspirations of private development corporations. And it is not about transportation for Vancouverites. How can you possibly even think about not including the Safeway site on West 10th Avenue as the center of West Point Grey? How can you bypass that if you were thinking about the long-term development of that particular community and transportation for that community? So, in essence, please delay the vote on the subway extension and receive this new report for information purposes only. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. You have questions from multiple councillors. Councillor Fryer up first.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Frank, for joining us today. I just wanted to highlight a couple of your points. So I guess first and foremost, we're talking about the UBC extension. We're not actually talking about any proposed land use for the Jericho land, but I think you appreciate that that's not what we're discussing today. But you did mention...
Yes, of course. Yeah. I agree. Yeah,
yeah. So we have to stick to the issue. But you did mention access to the beach as sort of a refuge, and that sort of highlighted something for me. For folks who live in South Van or East Van or even neighboring cities who want to access the beach and don't have a car, it's very inaccessible. Had you contemplated how this might actually create opportunities for more Vancouverites to enjoy the refuge of the beach or even the sanctity of the endowment lands, which is really not accessible for lots of folks in our city?
I think there are much cheaper and much more convenient ways to do that than to build a carbon-intensive and very, very expensive subway. If you wanted to, as the previous speaker just explained, you can have a whole network of, light rail systems or efficient bus systems or whatever across 4th Avenue, 10th Avenue, 16th along the Southwest Marine Drive. You don't need a subway for that. Absolutely not.
So you would prefer to see I think it's an 85-meter long light rapid transit train on the surface as a solution?
I would certainly very much appreciate if there was an open study with all costs revealed and all pros and cons. I would very much welcome that.
We did do that in 2019. So if you haven't had a chance to look at the minutes from that, we did cover that conversation in the debate over LRT versus the SkyTrain out to UBC back in 2019. That was one of the first things we tackled. Worth taking a look at.
I've heard about that report. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Frank.
Thanks, Frank. You also have questions here from Councillor Kirbyong.
Yeah, thank you. Following up, I think I may have gotten a bit of a glimpse of this from your previous answer to Councillor Fry, but you had mentioned, for example, overlooking or not having a stop on West 10th. and that commercial area. Just to be clear, if it was a stop on West 10th versus a stop at Jericho, would you support this extension?
I don't think it's warranted as far as the ridership is concerned. I don't think we want to build from an ecological, from a carbon-intensive, carbon climate emergency point of view. I don't think you want to dig into the tunnel, and I think you want to have light, rapid, whatever bus systems as flexible as possible, and along the whole width from 4th to 10th to 16th. And not just put all your money at one spot. I believe that that's the way to go.
Sorry to jump in because I have limited time. What about the noise factor of above ground LRT that's a block long versus a potentially below grade subway?
I believe that is manageable, and I possibly rather have some noise than having rumbling underneath people's houses through a subway system.
Okay, thank you. That's my time.
That's all your questions. Thanks a lot, Frank. Next up, we have Brian Palmquist.
Allowing me to speak in opposition to the proposed alignment of the SkyTrain extension out to UBC. I must thank Bill Thielman for introducing me this morning. He's one of the more than 2,100 folks who've read my post about UBCX and the Jericho land since I published it last Sunday evening. I must also acknowledge his co-authors Stephen Bohos and Kunal Tiwari, who modeled the Jericho land site. We weren't given access to the city's 3D model, so we made our own. I sent the mayor and councillors a copy of that blog post yesterday. Unlike Bill, I did have advance notice of this meeting. The mayor was kind enough to send me an email last week thanking me for supporting UBCX, even though I've never supported it, but thanks for the reminder. In case I missed it, I got another reminder from his re-election team this morning, warning me of the well-organized opposition that does not want rapid transit in their own backyard. Reliant as the well-organized opposition is on volunteer 3D modelers and blog writers, I'm not sure I'd characterize us that way. Perhaps they were referring to the Jericho Coalition, another volunteer group of which I'm not a member, most of whom were involved in the 3-year so-called public consultation process around the Jericho lands, at the end of which, 5 months ago, 2 development concepts were revealed about which they had little advance notice and which were a complete surprise as regards the density and height of its more than 60 high-rises. That's more than Falls Creek North, by the way, which is twice as big. But today we're focused on UBCX. TransLink staff earlier this morning confirmed that they have proposed bending the SkyTrain alignment into the Jericho lands because the proponents requested it. Also, that they've not considered the economic impacts in West Point Grey Village of a SkyTrain that stops several blocks in their village, then skirts it to continue out to UBC. There have been many questions from speakers and council about how UBCX will affect affordability. I was stunned to hear a senior city planner this morning explain that staff are acting to contain land speculation by imposing a $330 a square foot additional development fee in areas they think might be the subject of speculation. Since the proposed alignment is along Broadway and includes stops at McDonald and Alma, that must mean, for example, that a developer currently proposing, say, a new 4-story development with apartments over ground-level shops as permitted by the various commercial zonings along Broadway, that non-Jericho developer, who might have been ready to start such a low-rise project next month, will now pay an extra $330 a square foot for the privilege of developing in anticipation of SkyTrain. That's $150,000 extra for a typical studio, close to $250,000 for a modest 1-bedroom apartment. Pardon me if I ask, how does that help affordability? Speaking further about affordability, as promised for inclusion in the Jericho lands, the commitment on the Jericho Lands Phase 3 engagement boards, which is all I have reference to, is that at least 20% of the units will be provided for social housing, half of which will be designed for families with children. The only other additional commitment I can find about affordable housing says at least 10% of the units are to be provided for rental housing, with a portion of the units required to be at or below market rents. What does this actually mean? Well, city staff now define social housing as all of the homes in a development that has 20% below market rentals. So the 20% social housing units might be as few as 400 below market rentals out of 10,000. And nowhere that I can find does it say that 10% rental housing is separate from the 20% social housing. So out of a notional 10,000 homes, and I say notional because the city's own sparse density documentation suggests the real number is much closer to 15,000, we could see 400 below market rental apartments, 600 market rental apartments, and 9,000 apartments for sale. So much for affordability. For me, the question today is not so much do we endorse a UBCX alignment that favors a private development over West Point Grey Village, although that's an important question. Rather, the equally important question for Council is, do you endorse a UBCX alignment that will make development of housing along Broadway west of Vine Street $150,000 or more extra per home to allow a private developer to create at least 10,000 homes in the Jericho lands, of which only 400 may be below market rentals, another 600 market rentals, and the remaining 9,000 homes will be for folks for whom the $150,000 per unit premium charged others east of the Jericho lands is simply the price of an admission ticket to a great location in what was once one of the world's great cities. I'm hoping you'll place the interests of the residents of Vancouver first in your deliberations. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Brian. You have questions from councillors. Councillor Hardwick, you up first.
Thank you, Brian. And I did look at interest with the 3D modeling that you were able to create with the assistance of those you mentioned. If anybody hasn't looked at it, it is staggering. So I'd just like to pick up on where you left off, and that is the fundamental question. Who do we represent? Whose interests are we representing here? Are we representing the residents of Vancouver, or who? I guess that's the question. Yes, thank you. The question back to Brian is, in your opinion, is this decision, is it ultimately, who is it benefiting from your perspective, and who are we representing?
Well, I believe it's pretty clear that it's benefiting the developers of the Jericho lands, certainly not developing West Point Grey Village. It may have a marginal benefit for UBC, although all the business about COVID and changes to patterns of commuting, et cetera, is unanswered. I don't think it has any benefit for the folks along Broadway who apparently will be charged a premium for any development that happens there, making it less affordable, and will, of course, be subjected to 2 years or more of destruction as the subway is built through their neighborhoods.
We've seen from BC Assessment's rules that the land and the air above it within the boundaries of the City of Vancouver has increased by more than double in the last decade. I think between 2010 and 2019 it was 2.5x, largely attributable to rampant rezoning. Do you see a similar pattern here of land inflation, again, with affordability being sacrificed in the mix?
Absolutely. It's already started. I'm fortunate enough to live in Dunbar, and coming home along Marine Drive the other day, turning up Dunbar, the first three blocks that I went by all had land assembly signs on them. Real estate developers buying up properties, I suspect not for long-term hold. I suspect for redevelopment, and I suspect for significant profit. So that sort of, it's already started. So this sort of a decision can only fan the flames of an out-of-control development community. And you only need to look at almost any media, economists in the banks, economists in the Bank of Canada, they're all saying that our affordability is completely out to lunch. So it appears to be that way.
Putting out fire with gasoline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all your questions. Speaker number 20, Marie Geisen. Said to be in person. Do we have? Oh, it's here in person. Move on, come back. 21, Joanna Sprague.
Chair, Speaker 21 has withdrawn.
Thank you. Number 22, Elizabeth Murphy.
Speaker 22 is not in the line.
Speaker 23, Catherine Yu.
Hi.
Go ahead, you have
Hi,
5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Catherine Xu, and I have a young family of 5 people, including 3 young toddlers, who live on West 8th Avenue. So it's right across from Jericho Lands, and it's quite heartbreaking to hear about the development at Jericho site and the fact that the city is considering adding a station in Jericho to further increase the density, the popularity of these luxury high condos. Our family play in the park, and West 8th Avenue is a fairly narrow street. It's quite safe because of the school zone. I feel adding the station here will overwhelm the neighborhood with SkyTrain traffic, foot traffic, and the vehicle, and add potential SkyTrain crimes to my neighborhood. I'm strongly against that. And today I've heard a lot of voices against that, and then many people have mentioned of the insufficient neighborhood input. I have talked to my neighbors here, and to be honest, none of them know about this. None of them know about the meeting today that we can participate. So I don't know why this motion is being brought to the council today without sufficient community input, without sufficient business case studies, and I strongly urge the council to reject this motion, if not defer it. As the previous speakers have mentioned, this only benefits the developer who wants to sell the luxury condos in Jericho. You're not listening to the people who live here. We are live people living here. Why are you thinking about the people who may come to live here on paper? Why think about people in Delta and other people who may want to use the beach here? You are voted by us. We vote you. We live here. We are real people. Real people exist in this neighborhood. We need your help to reject this station at Jericho, to keep our neighborhood safe for our children. It is most important, and I've heard a lot of people against it today, and I don't see why the council would pass this. It doesn't make any sense, and unless it benefits developer and the people who the developer has bribed.
Thank you. You're very clear. You have no questions from councilors. Next speaker is Michelle Levy.
Hi, Mayor. Hello, councillors. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I come to this as a long-term resident of Point Grey, and I'm here to oppose the really the rerouting of the line into the Jericho lands. And there's been a lot of commentary today about process, and that's mostly what I want to speak to because I was quite involved over the years in the many consultations that TransLink had with this community about the extension. And I'm looking back in my email, and I see the first email I have was from 2013, and there were surveys, and there were many face-to-face meetings. I remember being in the Dunbar Community Center. I remember being in, I believe it was the United Church on West 8th, where there were members of TransLink, where there were posters, where there were discussions about options in terms of the line to UBC. And, it was being contemplated putting it on 10th, Broadway 10th, being put on 4th, above ground, below ground. There were lots of different things on the table, and I felt like that was a meaningful conversation with TransLink about the pros and cons of various options, as well as potential costs. The first I heard about the possibility of diverting the line that had been decided based, again, on a lot of feedback, as well as sort of some of the more technical studies to bring it to Jericho. The first I heard about this was when I attended a consultation about the Jericho lands on Alma, I think sometime at the end of last year. And that came up because the person from the city mentioned, when I was there with my husband, we were talking about how would the infrastructure support 18,000 plus people, and they indicated that there would be the possibility, if not the actuality, of a subway station at Jericho Lands. And I was astonished because this had never come up in the years and years of consultations about where this line was going to go in the UBC extension. So I feel very strongly that there has been no consultation about this potential shift and what the impact on the community would be, what the impact on the park would be across the street, what the impact on West 10th and the businesses would be. The businesses, like many small business districts, suffered really terribly under COVID, but I do think there's signs of recovery. Having said that, if there is no line there, notwithstanding shuttles and so on, I think that area is doomed for any kind of economic recovery if there isn't a stop there on the line. The other thing is that we've heard a lot about the potential benefits of a stop there, but we have not had the full discussion about the costs, and I don't just mean the costs of rerouting underneath single-family homes, but the costs, the economic cost, the opportunity costs to the business developments on West 10th. So I would also like to see more conversations with the community, more conversations with business owners, and a fuller understanding of the implications of the potential diversion of the line to the Jericho lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. You do have questions from myself. As someone that's been a small business owner that's been dealing with the Broadway subway, and recognizing that the opportunities we have today, one would really affect those businesses that are just trying to make it right now in the Varsity Village. The other has a large open property that could be wide open to allow staging and reduce costs and not have to deal with that business interruption. And I went to JQ, so for me, growing up, that area is really important to me as a neighborhood spot. So can you tell me why you think that putting a SkyTrain station would improve what, to me as a child, was one of the greatest little neighborhoods? So I'm just wondering how people think that doing all that construction for this many years would be more beneficial at the site up there than having something nearby and keeping that neighborhood charm that is currently in Point Grey Village.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good point, but I guess I feel like, yes, there's going to be some short-term pain as the line goes in, but ultimately, I guess I see the line as, you know, a destination, right? And it's also, there's people who live there, there's people that work there, and if they have to walk up the hill or walk there, because the Jericho lands are not, you know, the stop is not going to be convenient for West 10th, at least for where the bulk of the shops are, which are, you know, sort of between Sassamat and Trimble, maybe Discovery and Trimble. So I sort of see, again, like the longer term implications of not having people easily access that site. I know it's come up a couple times, like what is the possibility of another stop? And that would be something that I would support. I mean, but I guess I would say like maybe a bit of the elephant in the room, although it's come out many times in the conversation, has been that, you know, this idea of the cart before the horse, that really the idea of bringing the line there is to allow the density. And so underlining some of my concerns is also the feeling that there has not been adequate community consultation about the proposed density on the Jericho lands, and that it becomes more of a fait accompli if there is approval today for the line to go there. Because what I was told by the city workers is that the reason why they need the land there is because to bring 18,000 people living there, there's cars for maybe 10% of those people. So it's absolutely essential that there be transit right there to the door. Otherwise, they won't be able to build that kind of density. So I guess what I'm saying as well is that partly it's a concern because I've seen what I thought was adequate and fulsome consultation about the UBC extension. I haven't seen that applied to what is actually a much bigger decision in terms of the neighborhood, which is the densification of the Jericho lands.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us today. Next speaker we have is Ronald McKinnon. Ronald McKinnon?
Number 25 has withdrawn.
And 26, Jan Pierce.
Number 26 is not on the line.
We'll start at the top. Speaker 1, I see a speaker person. Speaker 1, are you ready? Nathan, you're up.
It's all the problem of your IT department, you know, and so I don't know what you're going to do. It's up to the city manager. Maybe he'll go and get a new IT department, you know, because other places, they call me.
We understand
and,
the issues. Focus on the topic.
You know.
You got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Acting Mayor and members of council. I speak to you as someone who has been a transit advocate since the 1970s. When I was at UBC, I was the Student Society Transit Liaison Officer. We only had 3 bus routes to UBC. In 2020, we had 14 bus routes. In the 1980s, I was the member and chair of the Citizens Transit Advisory Committee at City Hall. I've sent you various reports and news articles about transit to UBC. We've had 7 Vancouver mayors who promised rail transit to UBC since 1991. And now we are at 2022. Just shows you how bad our progress is in Metro Vancouver and in BC in general. Former Mayor and Premier Mike Harcourt is right. We need a faster regional rail system than just the SkyTrain system. And he wrote about it in 2019 and before, various articles in the papers. Most other big Canadian cities like Montreal and Toronto have a network of regional rail system. From UBC to the end of the Millennium Line in Coquitlam, it will take about an hour on the SkyTrain. If we have a regional rail, that could be cut down to about 30 minutes. In addition, of course, we need way much better bus service in the city of Vancouver, so every residence and business is within 5 minutes walk to the nearest bus stop. We are missing about 50 kilometers of bus routes. So what would be the cost of that? So everybody is within 5 minutes. All we need is $40 million for 40 new electric buses and about $35 million per year in annual operating cost. And everybody in the city would be able to access transit properly. The city council should discuss this fully, how to improve transit in Vancouver at the former committee that you had, which was Planning, Transportation, and Environment Committee. The first thing that should be done is amalgamation of the city of Vancouver with UBC and UEL, so proper planning could be done to increase the population from 15,000 to at least 60,000. We need those people there if we're going to have a SkyTrain station there, you know, in order to have traffic both ways, not just basically one way. And unless the BC government is going to commit to that, you know, we are in trouble, you know. I mean, the staff, they're not even here, have been mentioning the Mayor's Council at least a dozen times during their presentation. Everybody knows that the Mayor Council is dysfunctional, and we need to go back to TransLink board that Vancouver had 3 councillors on. Everybody knows that. The mayor has no time to spend on transit. We need councillors involved. Otherwise, we're going to get another inferior project like the present Broadway subway. And Mr. Mayor, you asked about the washroom and all that. Well, if there is no committee of council to push for that, we're not going to get it. It's as simple as that. The staff at City Hall are not capable of pushing
Nathan,
the right, things to get it done. And we have the UDP and DPB, and they are unable to help council. They have no knowledge of transit, and they probably never read the book, Human Transit, in the first place. Transport 2050 is a joke, and many professors criticize it. So, there is many problems, but, I'm an advocate. I want better transit for the city overall, not just, an extra 3-4 stations.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Your time is up, and you are speaking to other items today, and I do want to remind you to respect staff when you are making your comments. Thank you. We do have a counselor ask questions. Counselor Hardwick.
Thank you, Nathan, and thank you for your advocacy. I want to pick up on one of the themes that you just touched on. Population contemplated would go from 15,000 to 60,000. That's times, that's quadruple the population that's there now. Do you have any idea what jobs or economic sectors would be employing such a huge population increase?
Well, the density of the city of Vancouver on the average is 6,000 per square kilometer. At UBC, it's only 1,000 people per kilometer. So there is way more room there to increase the density. The people who would live there are not necessarily have to be connected to the university. They could be people who might work at VGH, if they can get affordable housing there for the nurses and for the others. So it's just an extension of the city, UBC, UEL, and that's it should be made provincial government. They should mandate amalgamation. Because there's no.
Well, we're not talking about amalgamation of the UEL here. My question was about drivers of population growth. And what we're talking about is completely unprecedented in terms of growth patterns in the city historically. So you're saying that you think that people would move out there and vacate other areas of the city. And what I'm getting at is, what are the principal economic drivers that would have something happen that is just orders of magnitude different than anything that's ever happened in the city before?
Well, I mean, is it fair that the city of Vancouver has the highest density? Even in Canada, downtown, we have the highest density of any city center in Canada. In Vancouver, we have that. And having more density at UBC is fine. The density in Vancouver right now, there is no need to really increase the density because we have rezoned so much for the next 10 or 20 years that we have it. But
we still don't have
areas
those
like UBC and south of the Fraser, which are not dense, they should take some of the extra people. We're going to get 100,000 refugees coming to Canada this year,
You're not suggesting they're all going to land in Vancouver, surely?
No, but,
Thank you.
The Minister of Housing said that he expects at least 25,000 or whatever. And
in the province.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's all your questions. I think we were a little off topic there. Speaker 5, Bri Gredge. Are you on the line?
Chair, Speaker 5 is not on the line.
Speaker 6, Hu Zhang.
Hello.
Up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi. It's my honor to speak in front of the mayor and the council. My name is Hui Zhang. I oppose to this subway extension, but as many have spoken about the concern on this. But today I just want to focus on one particular recommendation, that the City Council will endorse a subway station located within the Jericho Lane. As many previous speakers said, the idea of putting a subway station on the Jericho Lane has has not gone through any public consultation, and it seems it's been brought into this report in the last minute. The same as the first time I heard about this possibility is in last December when I was visiting the office of the Jericho Lane Planning Office about this new development that's happening in Jericho Lane. And that's the first time they mentioned about this possibility that it's going to be a subway station there. It's going to be built in on that piece of land. And so that I cannot help but think about this recommendation now is being put forward. It's everything but related. It's just related to that development there. And if you maybe some of the council didn't know, but I asked this with the planning team directly in the office in person. They mentioned that the only possible location, that by the way, that has been verified by the TransLink staff. The only possible, though the Jericho Lane is very big, the only possible location to build a subway station is at the southwest corner of a Jericho Lane, which is, if you are familiar with the location, is around 8th Avenue and Discovery Street. That is a very small. That location is embedded in the neighborhood, without any major arterial street to separate it. So we are talking about the first time we are building a subway station, not at the intersection of a major street, but within a neighborhood. The car and the foot traffic to that subway station will completely overwhelm the nearby small streets and the neighborhood. So why would the city council not thinking about the well-being of the residents living there? And by the way, I'm living like 3-4 blocks away from that subway station. Though, I can see all the benefit of convenience to have a subway station, I strongly oppose to have a subway station within the neighborhood. And another thing is like the original subway station that I think the public has been heard about the potential subway station is at 10th and Sesame Street, right, in that intersection. Everyone can see that there's no doubt that location will serve the current West Point Gray neighborhood and the business at 10th much better compared to a location in Jericho Lane. So why we are proposing that location, subway location on Jericho Lane? Is that only to increase the business case for the density and the high towers in that lane? It's that the city council is going to sacrifice the interests of the real residents and business living in the neighborhood now for some developers' interest and some estimate population in the future. The last thing I want to point out is this new subway location has not done, there's no proper analysis about the impact around the neighborhood for this new subway station location. Because if the station is built there, presumably there's going to be a tunnel go through the West Point Gray neighborhood under many residential houses. The vibration and noise impact on the residential houses above the subway tunnel is a well-known issue in many metro subway cities. And so far, there's been no impact analysis done by the city or by the TransLink about this impact on the neighborhood here. So I think this is irresponsible. This is not a responsible way to propose a plan for the people living here. So I hope the city council can delay the decision to endorse those recommendations until the more research and the public consultation is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking. And I do have questions for you. You talked about living 3 blocks away. Would you rather see more parking and cars in the Jericho Land development? Because right now it seems to be focused on creating a transportation-focused community that would be car light and would be kind of the new way of developing complete communities. So are you suggesting you would rather see people drive to Jericho than have it as a car-free or car-light community?
Right. I think it's always going to be a trade-off. And I think, first of all, I think it's a density that itself is questionable. right now, I think we are talking about double or even triple the population of West Point Grey by, like the plan that the Jericho Land is going to have. So is that something that we want to do here? The secondly is, it's interesting, like when the planning team talk about the Jericho Land, they want everything. They want eco-friendly, and then they want many people, and then they want they don't want cars to go there, but then they want to put many people there. And then they want to build a subway station at the southwest corner of the Jericho Land. They don't even allow the car traffic to go through the lane, but have to go around the lane. So it all comes to the neighborhood. So they want so many things on that lane, and so what do they think about the people living around them? So that is my question back to the planning team.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's all your questions. Next speaker, we have Erica Wise. Erica, are you on the line?
Oh, hi, I am. Thank you for taking the time to hear my comments this afternoon. I'm a resident of Point Grey, and I am opposed to the inclusion of a metro stop on Jericho lands. I'm particularly concerned about the lack of consultation with the surrounding communities of Point Grey and Kitsilano, given the huge implications that having a stop on Jericho lands would have. I only just found out that this was being put forward for consideration by council over the weekend, and only because I happen to be paying attention as much as I can to what is happening at Jericho, because I would be directly affected by it. And so I would imagine that there are many people who live in neighboring communities like Kitsilano who would have similar concerns and should be consulted and have an opportunity for input, who would not be aware that this is even happening and therefore would not be participating today. A question was put to another caller earlier this afternoon, or maybe it was more of a comment, that the matter under current consideration is the metro extension, not Jericho lands development. And I think it goes without saying that obviously these two things are linked, particularly for residents who live in surrounding communities. Insofar as any recommendation to put a metro stop on Jericho lands obviously presupposes a certain level of density in future development there. When the Jericho Lands Planning Committee presented two development plans in the fall for Jericho lands, the Eagle and I can't remember what they were called, something reflecting of their lofty objectives. Neither of those plans depicted building height or contain any disclosure regarding the proposed density. And I spoke with members of the planning committee at their pop-up site on Alma, and they said that the designs were high level only and that there would be an opportunity to provide input on density at a later date. But the fact that council is now considering the development of a metro stop at Jericho Land suggests either that the planning committee misled the public when it said that density was still subject to future determination, or council is putting the cart before the horse in now considering having a stop there. Given the amount of public opposition to the proposed development on Jericho, specifically in regards to height and density, and the frankly profound implications of that development for the city and having a metro stop there, I would just ask that council receive the Millennium Line report at this time for information purposes only, and delay a vote on the subway extension at this time until meaningful consultation with surrounding communities can be had.
Thank you very much for speaking. You spoke clearly. You have no questions. Next, we have Marie Geisen.
Chair, Speaker 20 is not on the line.
Okay, we have Speaker 22, Elizabeth Murphy.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So this report is entirely premature to be considering station locations for development planning purposes prior to a business case being made for a subway extension to UBC, proper evaluation of actual ridership completed, or any meaningful public consultation. This report was only made public last Wednesday. It is also asking Council to make major decisions about a new neighbourhood centre for West Point Grey without any involvement in the local community. The West Point Grey community vision defines the neighbourhood centre as being West 10th Avenue. By relocating what was always the main transit location at 10th and Sassmat to the Jericho lands, it also redefines the neighbourhood centre to the Jericho lands. This is a major change and needs community involvement. Clearly, this report is more about tower development than transportation. A SkyTrain extension to UBC is not a regional priority and may never be built. TransLink's Transport 2050 plan only shows it as priority 6 out of 7 at the bottom of priorities. There is no funding at the regional, provincial, or federal levels, and there will not likely be any funding until other priorities are first met. Clearly, all of the governments are looking to all of the growth that's happening in the valley, especially in Surrey, and that's really where their priorities are. There also are other big ticket regional priorities, such as the water treatment plant and other major expenses that have to be considered. Transit demand patterns need to be considered also post-COVID. The regional transit system has not recovered demand that will likely never fully return to permanent due to permanent shift to at least part-time work and study from home. This removes or greatly reduces the assumed peak hour demand that was formerly used to evaluate transit. It is premature to be planning for tower development when there may never be a subway extension to UBC funded or built. We could get all the towers without the transit or infrastructure to support it. The city needs more affordable family, ground-oriented housing, not more expensive, unsustainable towers. These will be expensive tower units that will have cars regardless. Clearly, the cart is ahead of the horse, as many people have mentioned. Data-based population growth projections do not require towers, only incremental 1% growth per year. This current proposal promotes land speculation and inflated land values that works against the objectives of affordability. Jericho Land towers would become a major part of the business case for the subway extension to UBC that could become required by the province to fund part of the subway and station, since there is no current justification for a subway extension. So instead of development funding more affordable housing, amenities, and services, it would be funding transit, both CACs for capital and ongoing property tax surcharges for operations. UBC is building a new satellite campus in Surrey, possibly more throughout the region in the future, which further reduces transit demand to UBC. Most UBC ridership is on subsidized U-passes that have limited funding for operations. Lack of funding would mean cuts to the broader transit system, as is typical in all subways, but more so for UBC. With density increases approved throughout the city grid, there is more citywide demand for transit that will have to be met that is than this one expensive corridor will not serve and will in fact reduce transit resources. This report is way ahead of itself and should be for information only, not for approval at this time. There's a lot more work and information needed before this kind of detail on station locations is ready for approval. There has been no meaningful public consultation on a $5 to $6 billion subway extension to UBC that should be better allocated more broadly. Thank you. Do I have much time left?
You've got 22 seconds, and you have a counselor wishing to ask you questions.
Okay, that's fine. Just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Councillor Hardwick, you're up.
Thanks very much. You know, I've heard a lot of what you've said before. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why we're doing this, given that I can't see a driver behind it that would justify it. Do you, I asked a question of an earlier speaker about why we would expect that the population would quadruple, what the driver would be to justify that aspiration. Do you have any sense of that?
Well, I think that the the only economic driver here is the development itself, and really it doesn't make sense because we already are building so much more than what population growth would justify. And, we're not looking at the big picture in terms of how much development is already in the pipeline throughout the city. As one of the previous speakers noted, downtown now is the densest in Canada. We have so much development coming online, and yet it still gets more and more expensive. So in terms of the economic drivers, it just seems like the development itself is becoming the economic driver. And I just don't see how that makes any sense, especially because the kind of development that they're looking at is really going to be more at the high end. I know there's talk about having affordable housing on the site, but the reality is that if you're designing transit-oriented tower development on this site, it's all going to be expensive. A lot of it is going to be flogged internationally, and it's not really about housing local people, and certainly is not required for what is anticipated for population growth. So I think we need to, reassess the whole thing and also look at the impacts of the environment on all of this development. I mean, you can't be a green city and be constantly pushing for unlimited growth. Growth has an impact, and especially when you're looking at ecologically sensitive areas like the Jericho lands. I mean, there's a whole underground river system there with aquifers and waterfalls, and I mean, it's an amazing site. But what is going to happen when you put a huge concrete tunnel underneath there, and also?
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much
Sorry.
for coming to speak, and you have no more counselors, but we appreciate you taking the time to come speak to us today.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. That is the end of our speakers list for this item. Thank you for speaking to council. It's great to have so many people come to speak. Would someone like to move the motion? So move, Councillor Kirby-Young. Second, Councillor Boyle. We now have it on the floor. I see that we have a list already started. This lives up for it. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, now that the motion has been moved and seconded, I put in an amendment to the clerk.
Perfect. We'll move to Amendment Q1. Yeah, go ahead. I'll put your mic on.
Sorry, point of procedure. Did that order shift on the queue? I thought Councillor Hardwick was after me, and then it looked like it shifted. I'm just checking.
I will go back to the queue. For some reason, I have Hardwick on the floor. Kirby-Young, Hardwick, Swanson.
I think that was Councillor Hardwick from asking a question of the last speaker.
That might be correct. Clerks?
I had also put myself back on the queue.
Okay. Are you okay if we cede to Councillor Kirby-Young, and then we'll go to your second?
Not particularly.
I think that you was on the floor first because you weren't able to sign on a second time. You know? So Hardwick, you'll be second. We'll move to Councillor Kirby-Young first. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to speak wholeheartedly in favor of the extension to UBC. I am supportive pursuant to the previous votes that Council has taken with regard to, sorry, there's my mic, both the current extension as well as Council endorsing this extension and the preferred technology. I have submitted an amendment, and I've done this in the spirit of, and again, clarifying, I wholeheartedly support the extension. But I think that daylighting information and public confidence in the diligence around the process and consideration of potential sites is really important, particularly since there was early dialogue with respects to a station along West 10th. And I think that it would be, and given that we have limited information that can be daylit, given the cycle with respects to the information that's going to the Mayor's Council, I think it's going to be really important for Council to make an informed decision and to be able to do so with information that is clear and transparent and available for the public to compare and contrast the alternatives that are available. And while we have heard from staff a number of considerations with respects to the benefits for Jericho for staging, housing potential, et cetera. We also, I think, are very, as a council, supportive of our different business improvement areas and local commercial districts and high streets, and want to ensure that they continue to remain vital and that we are sort of considering the respects and impacts there. I think we've also had some lessons learned from the Canada Line development with respect to the impact on commercial and other existing areas that are being applied now in the Broadway extension. And so I think a fulsome understanding and perspective around that conversation would be beneficial. And so therefore, that is the spirit of the amendment that, and I want to be clear that Council is continuing its very unequivocal, I think, on this Council's support for the Broadway line for the extension to UBC. Is endorsing a number of stations, but is recognizing that there's, I think, a good process and dialogue to be had with the third station and giving staff a chance to provide some fulsome, more fulsome information to staff with respect to a recommendation of what that station would be. So that's the spirit behind the amendment.
Okay, do we have a seconder for the amendment? Second, Councillor Bly. We'll now move to Amendment Q. First on the Amendment Q, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Appreciate this amendment, and I will be supporting it. I think for me, I'm also supportive of the subway to UBC, and certainly we had this debate back in 2019, and I was convinced of the merits of the subway to UBC at the time. I was more supportive of the LRT idea, maybe not as specific as Professor Condon had provided, but I think we had that loop around that was going to come back on 41st, which was pretty exciting to me. But I have since been convinced of the merit. That is the direction that we're heading with the subway to UBC. I was very much struggling, though, with how the process has unfolded to this point. Certainly, us having a technical briefing just 24 hours ago on this matter didn't fill me with a ton of confidence that we're doing this as a fully transparent process, and having those opportunities, and not necessarily even presupposing what Jericho land could or couldn't look like, and also recognizing that there are opportunities at the Safeway site up in West Point Grey, and that we've long contemplated a Sasamat station. I think it's good process to reflect the road that we've taken to get here, and not change tracks, if you'll pardon my pun, on short notice. So happy that Councillor Kirby-Young brought this forward, and I'll support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And I'm happy to support this amendment as well. I think, just to keep it very brief, I've been listening to staff, reading the report, trying to understand why we needed to identify this site, Jericho, at this particular point in time in the process. And as somebody who voted in support of the UBC extension 3 years ago, based on that extensive report and discussion at council, I think it lasted a full 12 hours or more. We're not debating today whether or not we should have this extension. It's whether or not we need to identify exactly what all 3 stations would look like. And I am not convinced that we need to do that today. There's a lot more information coming mid-April. You know, any sort of subway station in global cities lands right in the middle of high streets and business districts. So I feel committed that SASMAT is still and ought to be very much a viable option, and so therefore I'm happy to support an amendment that states that. And noting that the provincial government just released their budget not too long ago that spoke to the funding of this extension to UBC. And so there's plenty of work already happening between TransLink, Mayor's Council, province, federal government, that we as a city council should keep all options on the table. And let's see if we can get more than just Jericho lands funded. Ask if, what it's going to take for us to be able to justify SASMAT as well and keep that continuation going. Of course, there's going to be many more, or maybe not many, but there's going to be more stations west of Jericho. So we're trying to make this decision in this vacuum, and I just have yet to hear any sort of reasonable justification for having to do that right now. So very happy to support this. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I have an amendment to the amendment that I've sent in to the clerk. I tried to choose a different color so you could see the strength. But you can make it whatever color you'd like. Has that been received, Chair? Yeah. Okay. Chair, just a point of privilege. If we can't hear you through your mic, the public can't either. So I just wanted to let you know.
Okay. We have received the amendment. I'm going to take a 2-minute recess to review how these are in order because of the original intent of the report is for UBC extension alignment, and this is challenging that assumption. So just give me 2 minutes. Thank you. Thanks, Council. We're back. Point of privilege, Councilor Dijanova. I'll turn it on for you.
Thank you. And perhaps I could just use my time, but I'm happy to withdraw the amendment if it's causing any issues. I see that we have many amendments to debate here, and we're still on item 1 at 4:20 p.m. So I will just withdraw my amendment, and I'll have to make my decision, I suppose, on the main amendment then. And I'll put myself back on the queue to speak to that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilor Boyle, to the original amendment.
Thanks so much. I am glad to hear broadly support for this alignment and strong support for the UBC extension. I think that's a really important message for us as a council to be communicating. I know, as others have pointed out, we debated this extensively a couple years ago. I've lost sense of time, but I think it's really important out of this meeting that we continue to be clear about the need for this extension and council's support of it in terms of the conversations we need to continue having to make it happen. It's been a discussion for decades. I know I have been hearing endlessly and importantly from so many people who need and rely on public transit, for whom this would make a really significant difference. And I think it's worth noting so many of those folks can't wait all day to speak to council in the middle of a weekday. They're at UBC studying or working. You know, folks have busy lives, so important that we recognize the broad need for and support for this important public transit investment, and all of which to say I don't think we need these amendments. I can appreciate that they're sort of soft and allow for continued conversation, and I certainly appreciate that they continue to communicate that we broadly support this infrastructure. But in all of the information that I have seen, it's really clear that station at the Jericho lands is needed, is an appropriate balance, that we could find from that station ways to move people between Jericho lands and West Point Grey and the beach there, and there are huge regional benefits, and that there would be additional significant costs at Sasamat because it lacks the same regional benefits as Jericho. So all of that makes a great deal of sense to me, and I'm quite supportive of the staff recommendations as they stand. And like I said, can appreciate at least that this doesn't kill the whole thing, but I won't be supporting the amendments for that reason.
Councilor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And just a couple of reflections myself, like others on council have along the process here endorsed and supported a Broadway line to Arbutus as well as to UBC. And so I echo Councillor Boyle's comments around that it's fantastic to be hearing that being reiterated around the table, our virtual table. That being said, and I appreciate the merit and the spirit of it because of the concerns around the challenges that particularly the High Street and commercial area of Point Grey and 10th have been experiencing. And I know there's a number of reasons for that in terms of changes that happened over the last 10 to 15 years in that area. That being said, I'm not compelled by what I've heard today or with the information we've been provided in briefings, the necessity for that. I think it's actually important to go ahead with the identification of the 3 stations at this time, including Jericho lands. I'd be quite open to an amendment that would propose that we also explore a 4th station. That being said, what this does is looking at alternatives, and I think there was a compelling case made through our briefings around the urban development potential, and particularly we have to think about this in the context of regional conversations we've been having. We just endorsed Metro 2050, which focuses on transit-centered development. From that perspective, I think it makes sense for a transit station, the Jericho lands, even though that planning process is still underway. The connection points to regional points of interest, such as our beaches and Jericho Park, as well as Indigenous economic development and the fact that as a city of reconciliation, these are Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh lands and our partners in this conversation. And so acknowledging that as well, and that they support a station at Jericho lands. So from that perspective, I would agree with Councillor Boyle that I was happy to support the staff recommendations that were presented originally. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I have circulated. I have circulated an amendment, but before I do, I just have a question of staff, and that is if there is a focus on a third station at this point, is there an option for council if TransLink does its work in looking at both the Sassamat Street location and the location at Jericho lands for a station? Can council make a decision later to add a fourth station?
Through me to see. Go ahead.
Hi, through the chair, Steve Brown, Manager, Transit Integration and Projects Group. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself when I did the presentation before. Yeah, the technical work actually has been completed. TransLink has done an assessment of whether there's 3 or 4 stations in the regional scope. The issue is just that technical work will go to Mayor's Council. So once it does that, we'll have the report and findings to be able to support that for you. So at this point, they have concluded that 3 stations within Vancouver are within regional scope. A 4th one would not be.
Yes, okay. But it could come back to council. Council could re-examine this at some point in time in the future.
If it was coming back and we had the funding to add the additional station, then.
I understand. I understand that the challenge is there. I have.
Hey, Nathan. Nathan.
Why don't you tell him the truth?
Nathan.
Tell them.
Stop.
You know?
Nathan, thank you. Mark, go ahead.
It's ridiculous, you know? He doesn't want to tell you the truth. You know? If Richmond can do it, why can't you? You can do it too. It's a simple answer, Councillor Carr. You know, it's simple. Very simple. You know? What?
Can you stop my timer? Sorry, I think my timer kept going, Chair, so you might want to.
We'll keep you going. Thank you very much.
So I have circulated an amendment, and that amendment is to just delete at either Sassamat Street or Jericho lands, and just say at this point at a third station. And I do want to draw council and the public attention to the fact that in Appendix A of the staff report, it's very clear that I'm just quoting from it, this is an appendix on the work of TransLink, that TransLink technical work includes analyzing potential station and alignment options at either the Jericho lands or near Sassamat Street. So I believe the language is redundant to leave it in A. They are doing the technical work. We will have that information available to us, potentially even in the future to revisit things. But meanwhile, that we will, as it says in B, after a report back on a recommendation for the location of a third station, following the release of this work, then be able to make a decision. So I think it's much clearer to say that we will have a third station. Work is being done on 2 options by TransLink. We will get that information, and a decision will be made at that point.
You have a seconder for your amendment.
Fry.
Councillor Fry. You got second amendment queue here. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up first.
I have a point of information to staff through you, if I might, Chair.
Of course.
And I just want to ask staff to be clear, if you can reflect back for me, because this is important, how they take this amendment to read. I know Councillor Carr referenced an appendix in the report, but by saying a third station and not naming a couple of the possible options, Can you affirm, would you potentially look at a third option that hasn't been considered? Will it be the two under consideration? Will it be the same two? Will this change anything? How does staff interpret this amendment? I just want to be really clear. I'm not sure. Also, it would be not just for my own benefit in voting on it, but also for the public.
Through the chair, yeah, we would still interpret this that we're comparing Jericho and Sassmat, that's where the technical work has been done at this point. So we would still look at the third stations as those two options.
Okay, so we have different language, but this, so you don't view this as any different to the, so that we're in an amendment to amendment now, to be clear. And you don't view this, this is different language, but this to mean anything different than the original amendment that's on the floor I put forward that says Jericho or Sassmat. In your mind, it's exactly the same. It's just different language.
Yes.
Thank you.
Unless, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. If we're calling the original amendment redundant, I'm not quite sure how the amendment to the amendment's not redundant. But as some of my colleagues have said, I would like to support what staff have in moving forward, because I also think that we have to look at our policies here at the city, and it's redundant to put in that we will uphold reconciliation and the work that is underway. And I'm very aware of this, being that I, with a number of my colleagues here on council, are on the UNDRIP task force. Understanding that the MST has already said strongly that they would like this, they would like a station at Jericho, and understanding that that will be a master planned community in our city. I'm a little bit hesitant to take it out altogether. I'm also a little bit hesitant to leave it hanging as either or. So I appreciate what my colleagues are trying to do here, but I'm in trying to be brief, I'm going to speak to the amendment, and the amendment at the same time. And I don't think one will change my mind on the other. I would rather the language not be there, and my support would be for Jericho lands having a station first and foremost, and then if we were to have an extra station, to talk about that then. I don't think that's something we can just decide here as a council either. I think that considering, Councillor Dominato asked a very good question that was on my list to ask also, how much does a station cost? And I don't know that it's in our budget alone. I think that would take federal funding. I think that we'd also have to talk to TransLink about that. So for that reason, I won't be able to support the amendment or the amendment, although I thank both of my colleagues for bringing that forward. I firmly support the Jericho Land Station first, and hopefully we get enough to fund all of the stations. But as I'm hopeful for that, we can't count on that yet. So I won't be able to support this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else on the queue, we will go to a vote on the amendment Q2, Amendment 2, which is to strike the words Sassmat Street or Jericho Lands. And that has failed with Councillor DeGenova, Swanson, Hardwick, Boyle, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby Young in opposition. We will now go to the amendment Q. Councillor Carr, you still have time left?
Yeah, I'm supporting the amendment.
You, Councillor DeGenova.
I've already made my statement, but while I appreciate what Councillor Kirby Young has brought forward here, I'm just a little bit nervous about it saying either or. So I want to be very clear that I do support the idea of two stations, but if it was an either or, to me, it would have to say Jericho first, which is what I tried to achieve, but withdrew my amendment. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting the original recommendations in hopes that we'll have updates about that and the conversations with MST, considering their vocal support for a station in their master plan community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, to the amendment and generally, how council could have listened to all the speakers that we heard from today and suggest that there is strong support for this. I just cannot fathom how that conclusion could be drawn. You know, we've heard over and over again that this is a cart before the horse case, that there has been inadequate public consultation before a business case has been made. Very little involvement. I'm sorry, what passes for public consultation these days is a far cry from the historical reputation of the city of Vancouver for consulting with its residents. So I just see something that is going to lead to further land inflation, promoting land speculation as we've already seen. And again, we're looking at a model that is just promoting density and growth without any rationale behind it, other than if you build it, they will come. So I cannot fathom, again, it blows my mind, quite simply, that we heard from everybody today and seemingly didn't hear anything. So I'm speaking to the amendment and I'm speaking to the report. And generally what I've been hearing around the table here in council, which just bears no resemblance from what I'm hearing from the public. So it doesn't matter what I say anyway, but I'll put it out there that it seems pretty tone deaf to me.
Thank you. Seeing no more speakers, we'll go to a vote on the amendment moved by Kirby Young. And that has failed with Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Digenova, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Dominato in opposition. We'll now go to the original motion presented by staff. Councillor Hardwick, you're next on the queue.
May as well take me off. I had put forward a motion, but it's pretty clear the direction this is taking, or rather an amendment, so there's no point. So please just take me off the queue.
I will abide by your wishes. Councillor Swanson, you're up next.
Yeah, I sent an amendment too.
All right, we'll move to amendment Q. 1 second. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
So my biggest fear is I know that all my friends at UBC, all the students, some of them live out in the suburbs. They want to live out in the suburbs with their parents. They want the SkyTrain. I think we should have, I'm coming around to thinking we should have the SkyTrain, but I am really worried about speculation along the route and about housing affordability. So I've put in these amendments to try and deal with those concerns. Can we get it up on the screen? Thanks. Yeah, so the first one is to, for the station configuration on C, station integration, I mean, to actually put in there that we're looking to make housing affordable to people who are earning $50K and less. And then to add a D about the development cost expectation to recalibrate them and keeping with land price increases. And then E is just to report back on a number of things that I think are really crucial to ensure that the corridor doesn't result in the same degree of land price speculation as the Canby corridor has because of SkyTrain, and on how to get real affordability along that route, and how to ensure that the cost doesn't starve the rest of the system, and the issue of embodied carbon, which a lot of speakers raised, and the issue of ridership projections with COVID. So that's just, those ones are just to report back, but this would make the whole thing easier for me to support.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay. Do we have a seconder? Amendment. Second, Councillor Carr. At point privilege, Councillor Dijanova.
Are we moving to amendment Q?
We are in Amendment Q1.
Sorry, we are in amendment Q. All right, I'll put myself on the queue. But maybe it's a point of procedure, Chair. I was wondering if we could have a recess to consider some of this. There's a lot of additions here, and I was hoping to move for recess, but I can wait for my turn on the queue. Just
Yeah, wait your turn, and then we can see better where we're at time, recognizing we are going to need a motion to extend or to have dinner tonight. And so after our 3 speakers here, we can make that determination when you come back on the queue. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Weeb. I'm hoping to ask a point of information through you to staff, which is just to clarify these questions listed here. My understanding is a number of them are addressed in the work that TransLink's been doing already, and so I'm interested to know if this is information staff would be planning to report back on anyway, and also if you anticipate it would delay anything to add a report back on these items.
Yeah, through the chair. For items 3, 4, and 5 on this, 3 is really the prioritization at the Mayor's Council that would show how it's balanced with all the other priorities within the region. 4, that is in the technical report, and it shows that there is carbon reductions that are resulted, and that will be available when that report comes out. And then 5, there actually is, at one of the Mayor's Council meetings, there was a report from TransLink on the COVID modeling. So that's publicly available. It was covered in the Daily Hive, and we can send a link to that. So the last 3 are all covered.
Okay, and thank you for that. So that's information staff can circulate to council through a memo of some kind. Items 1 and 2, I guess I imagine that those are also related to the broader Vancouver plan, and so I'd be interested to know, would it delay any of the work or decisions on UBCX to get that information, or is that already on staff work plan?
That would be something that would fall into Matt's area. If he's still on the line, maybe he can answer that one.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. It would not delay the work on the UBC extension. Those are things that we could pick up through the Vancouver plan work, or also indeed in the work that we do on an ongoing basis to monitor land value speculation and look at opportunities to deliver affordable housing. So those are things that we could continue to do as part of our work program.
Okay, great. And this question's for you too, Matt. I think Amendment D, I assume, is an issue that staff review in an ongoing way, and so we would continue to get updates on any necessary changes to DCE policies.
Yes, that's right. As I mentioned this morning, we continue to monitor land values in the corridor area and citywide, and to continue to keep that development cost expectation charge under review, and we'd report back to council if we felt that that needed to be adjusted.
Okay, and a final question, in the addition to C, do you anticipate that that would complicate the work that's already happening between the city and TransLink and the province?
Not so much complicate the work between the city and TransLink. I think it's C really is all about looking at the station design parameters rather than the affordability of the housing, the future housing that might go above it. So it feels to me as though it doesn't fit perfectly in there, and maybe should be, if council wishes, should be a separate recommendation to our staff to look at ways to deliver affordable housing for households under 50,000. As I say, C is really about establishing the station design parameters of the station box rather than the form or the affordability of any development that might go above it.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair Weeb, I note my timer was at 2.5 minutes when I started, so I haven't actually been speaking for 6 minutes. Because I just wanted to follow up on that to say I know some of the conversation about C has been about potential future housing above sites, and so maybe this isn't a question, but just to say that's how I had interpreted that we consider how that housing might have a mix of incomes so that some of it were affordable. But that's the end of my questions, points of information to staff, just to say I really appreciate all of those answers. And as I said before, what's really important to me out of this report is that Council continue to be clear that this project has strong support and is endorsed by Council, and having staff circulate information that already exists or ongoing work on these issues isn't a concern to me, as long as that timeline isn't impacted and that we continue to move forward on what I see as a very important project for the whole region. I will leave it there. Thanks, Judy.
All right, we'll move on. Councillor Kerr-Brillion.
Yeah, I just have a quick, I'm actually looking at 4:45 and I'm hopeful we can whip through this because I know Council's got a full agenda the next couple of days. I just have a quick follow-up question to staff, and it's with respect to number D on the amendment about reviewing the previously set DCE or development cost expectation. And I know staff said today it was set at $332 per square foot, which is the highest I believe you said we have set, capturing and quote unquote 100% of the land lift. Do you have any reason to believe that it would be different in reviewing that again?
We don't feel the need for a review at this stage. As I said earlier, $330 per square foot on strata condo housing represents 100% of the land lift. So we don't see the need based on our monitoring to review it, but it is something that we do keep under review, and therefore, are happy to look at again and with Council's direction to keep it under review and to report back if and when we do feel there's a need to adjust it. But it's not currently something that we feel we need to adjust.
Okay, thank you. And I'll leave it there. I'm just hopeful we can whip through this and not make a meal out of it and just get this report passed. Thank you.
Councillor Nominato.
Chair, I think my questions have been addressed, so thank you.
Beautiful. Councillor Dijanova.
I had time to read it in this time period. Thanks.
Perfect. Councillor Hardwick.
This is to speak to the amendment?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then I'll pass and come back on the queue. Thank you.
Seeing no more councillors, we will vote on the amendment in front of us. Councillor Bly has voted in opposition, otherwise it passes. Yes.
That one. So if it's council would indulge a.
I recognize that you're last, so we will pass that unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, it's all good. We'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Swanton, do you have anything else?
Nope, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
I'll pass in light of time too, just strongly supportive of.
Councillor Hardwick.
So I am going to try one more time. I have submitted an amendment to the clerk.
Right.
And that is that, as we've heard speakers, that we receive this report for information and refer back to staff to do more public consultation, including with the MST.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Second, Councillor Dijanova. Do you want to speak any more to your amendment?
Yeah, I mean, we've, as I said before, it's how council could have listened to everything that we've heard today and come to the conclusion that there was strong support blows my mind. I think it's been pretty clear from everyone that we've heard that this has been dropped on late in the game with insufficient public consultation. That the implications are much more tied to the development of the Jericho lands than the extension of the subway in and of itself. It's a cart before horse exercise, and we really need more time to process this. So I really encourage council to do as we heard from the speakers and press pause on this. Let's get it together before we push this forward precipitously. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I'm going to speak in support of the referral back to staff, but the reasons are a little bit different perhaps, although I appreciate Councillor Hardwick's statement. Perhaps they're the same because I want to support it because of the consultation specifically with MST and the Jericho Land Station and what they have asked for. And considering we are a city of reconciliation, it's more than just saying that, it's in the actions, and we talk about this all the time. But considering I think that there is, and we've all heard from representatives of MST that this is where they'd like to see the station, and there's no certainty right now that this is exactly where the station is going to be. I do think that before I vote on this, it would be prudent to hear back after consultation with MST, not only their views on this, but how important this station would be, to the master plan community that I referenced before. So for that reason, I will be supporting it, but I wanted to be very clear in my reasons for supporting it. I also want to thank staff for their work on this. And if the referral does not pass, I will be supporting the main recommendations as amended. I am a little bit uneasy about not specifically naming the Jericho Land Station, but that's why I'm going to support the referral.
Thank you. See no one else, we'll go to a vote. And that fails with Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dalmato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Weeb in opposition. Thank you. We are now on the main motion. Councillor Hardwick, you still have 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
No, thank you. That's a holdover.
Can we see the final recommendations on screen, please, Chair?
Yep, it's being put up right now. Would someone like to move a motion to
extend to complete this item?
Yes. Second, Councillor Dejanova, all in favor?
Aye.
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 After this item, we'll be back at 6. Councillor Kirby-Young, the motion is up. Please let me know when you're ready.
Sorry, I have a low battery and I'm trying to get my other screen up. 1 second. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Sorry, once.
Chair, I have a point of privilege.
Go ahead, Councillor Dalmato.
Could you confirm
Just confirming if the wording
current
is correct.
and final amended recommendation?
Yeah, that's what we are currently confirming because I'm just making sure that we are correct on what was passed and not passed.
I don't think A is correct. I'm just going to state that now.
That is what we're currently reviewing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Dominato, it's being adjusted. Just wait a minute here. Make sure we have correct wording. Yes. Are we allowed to get the final copy emailed? Councilors? Yes, it will be emailed to councilors.
Chair, and again, point of privilege, was B corrected as well?
We are reviewing it.
Oh, it's being circulated now, so I'll take a look and wait.
Okay, thank you. So councilors, it's been sent. Should be in your email boxes. Councilor Dominato, do you want to double check to ensure that you're satisfied with the wording in the final motion?
Yes, I'm just reviewing it now. Thanks.
Are all councilors comfortable with what we're voting on and the wording in front of us? Seeing that we're good, we're going to go for a vote on the final amended motion as presented. And that has passed with Councillor Everyone has now voted. The motion as amended has passed with Councillor Carr, with one in opposition, Councillor Hardwick. Recognizing the time's 4:58 and we've passed our first item of business today, we will move on to dinner. Thank you. Returning at 6 o'clock to deal with the rest of the agenda.
Welcome to TELUS.
Test, test. Elise, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. We're back. We got Report 2, Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Planning, Terms of Reference and Interim Policies. There's about 23 slides that staff are going to ensure are going to be done in a condensed time, but recognizing the importance of this issue. This was held in order to hear from speakers, and we would like to hear the presentation. Do any members wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, we'll turn it over to staff. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair, Council. My name is Neil Rashowi. I am the Assistant Director for Community Planning in PDS, and it's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. I'll give you a brief presentation summarizing the key points in the staff report. But first, I'd like to recognize that I am working today from the traditional homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and that the Rupert Renfrew Area Plan is part of this same territory. And as you may recall, Chief Wayne Sparrow came to speak with us last year when this project was previously before Council. We have 5 recommendations in the report listed on this slide. And today's presentation, I will briefly touch on why here, why now, a more detailed walkthrough of the terms of reference and the individual policy changes, and then give you an overview of the timeline, engagement approach, and next steps. So, within the regional context, we'll know that Rupert Renfrew stations are well connected to both within the city and into the regional network, providing excellent access to the downtown and to regional destinations, as well as to the Broadway corridor. There are also several opportunities to advance key council priorities within the areas surrounding the Rupert Renfrew station areas. Importantly, it's an opportunity to advance reconciliation through the lands at the 3200 East Broadway and 2625 Rupert, as well as a number of housing and climate emergency action plan key goals. In terms of the ecosystems, the Still Creek is an ecological asset and a huge opportunity to manage stormwater in a fundamentally different way through green infrastructure. And critically, we have an opportunity here to manage rainwater in a way because of the based on the proximity to Still Creek that we do not have in many other parts of the city. And this will be a key consideration as we consider neighborhood and design and land uses and densities. One point I'd like to highlight is that the recent Metro Vancouver study indicated increasing flood extent and depth. And engineering staff are working to undertake additional work to understand the changing flood risk. And following additional studies, staff would bring back a report to Council on interim requirements. For the economy, the support for future growth and prosperity, we do need to protect and intensify expand employment lands, including adding additional office space. The reality is we have a limited job space in Vancouver and a growing economy, and this means getting the most out of every employment opportunity in the area. Related to this, there is some pressure to allow residential on employment lands, and staff would recommend that we need to look at how we can continue to prioritize these lands for employment and ensure good access to a diversity of jobs within Vancouver for all residents. In terms of housing, you can see the area outside of the employment lands, which are highlighted in gray, is predominantly single-family housing and represents a very significant opportunity for adding housing choice and tenure, and while also protecting the employment lands at the heart of the station areas. On to climate protection. Staff believe that 5 of the 6 big moves are well met through the opportunities presented at Rupert and Renfrew. Co-locating of housing and employment near rapid transit reduces car dependency, and there are, as you can see, a number of other important opportunities to advance council priorities. Now, moving on to the terms of reference. The first report recommendation asks Council to endorse the terms of reference. The document reflects the issues I've just laid out, along with some early policy considerations, a list of key deliverables, and the project timeline. It also reiterates direction Council previously provided on the relationship to the MST Development Corporation site at 3200 East Broadway and 2625 Rupert. We've highlighted 3 items here in the council report that we feel are different than how we have done past area planning work, area plans in the city. Briefly, this will be the first opportunity to land the Vancouver plan policies that will be coming before council for consideration later this spring and summer. Second, our city has limited financial resources and we have to prioritize what investments get funding first. So the challenges are particularly acute here. Lower land values mean less land left for the community amenity contributions compared to other areas. This will be taken into consideration as we move forward with a proposed list of amenity to support growth in the area. Finally, it's important of how we manage water, and the studies we are undertaking at the beginning of the planning process offer a significant opportunity to better manage utility costs and to integrate ecosystem enhancement opportunities early in the planning process. Consistent with other area plans, we are recommending an interim rezoning policy. The policy is meant to pause new market-based rezoning and inquiries and applications with 7 exceptions. The first 3 exceptions are listed here on this slide and include active rezoning applications and minor housekeeping amendments. Please note that we have introduced a memo recommending adjusted language for the timing within which we would allow inquiries to proceed to rezoning. The following 4 exemptions also include some action while planning for projects supported under recent policies, including supporting affordable housing, employment intensification under existing policy, and supporting public and nonprofits. Any other exceptions would be reported to council on a case-by-case basis. As a result of the interim rezoning policy and concern over flood risk and creek health, we are also seeking council direction to make minor amendments to 2 existing policies. The intent of the changes is to remove eligibility for rezoning inquiries and applications for lots located inside the Still Creek floodplain. This includes a sizable portion of the employment lands and just 2 blocks that would otherwise fall under the secured rental policy. We are also seeking council direction to amend our development contribution expectations policy and our community amenity contributions policy. The DCE policy was created for the Broadway plan as a tool to manage speculation. It sets out land use priorities and anticipated contributions from strata residential development. The rates are based on an estimate of land lift and could be generated through a rezoning. The amendment would add the Rupert and Renfrew study area to the existing DCE policy. And as there could be some rezonings permitted on a portion of the employment lands while the planning process is underway, staff are also seeking to amend the CAC policy, removing an exemption that applies to the employment lands such that any rezoning applications would require a negotiated rate. The DCE policy notes the need to maintain employment lands for employment use. On residential lands, we have prioritized purpose-built rental and non-market housing, and we are signaling this with some strength. We're also setting some expectations for potential DCE rates in areas where residential could be considered. Regarding the CAC policy for rezonings, this policy identifies either fixed target CAC rates or identifies a negotiated process for determining CACs site by site. Currently, some smaller sites in the area are subject to a CAC exemption. Staff are recommending an amendment to remove the exemption and require a negotiated CAC for any rezoning proposals that come through under the interim rezoning policy. Now, quickly onto next steps. In terms of timing, just a couple of highlights. The proposed timeline aligns with the Vancouver plan schedule. The upcoming draft and final Vancouver plan will directly inform the station area plan, and we will not start public engagement until the draft Vancouver plan has been shared publicly. As a reminder, the station area plan will inform and support the MSTDC site at 3200 East Broadway and 2625 Rupert, with the enhanced rezoning process running in parallel to the station area planning. While not shown in the image, the MSTDC site is anticipated to require an amendment to the new Regional Growth Strategy, Retro 2050, as well as to the city's Regional Contact Statement, ODP. Quickly touching on some engagement considerations. In addition to the engagement anticipated with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, we have a robust public engagement strategy. It's important to recognize that we have done significant engagement through the Vancouver Plan that can help to inform the early directions for this area. We would bring these out publicly in May. We will ensure the engagement process is accessible and inclusive. Based on demographics in this area, key engagement material will be translated into simplified Chinese, Vietnamese, and Tagalog, and resources will be allocated for interpretation services. Engagement would be paused over the summer and early fall to respect the electoral process, and phase 2 of the engagement would begin in late 22. For next steps, contingent on council support, staff would implement the interim policies described in the report, finalize engagement strategy and begin public engagement, report back to council in July with early directions that are consistent with draft Vancouver Plan content, including recommendations for interim flood management policies. Staff are continuing to work with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to initiate the enhanced rezoning process for 3200 East Broadway and 2625 Rupert. We have also sent a notification letter per our intergovernmental relations process to invite participation in the broader area plan. And from July through to October, we will focus on technical work such as the flood risk management approaches. So just to close, the 5 recommendations before council are listed here on the slide. We have staff from a number of departments, both here and online, available to answer any questions. We thank you very much for your time.
We'll now move to questions from councillors.
Happy to move the report, Chair. Not seeing questions.
I'll put myself on for questions. My first question, first of all, is a great report. Really appreciate it. Great seeing the watershed component. Can you talk about the riparian area kind of going up to 22nd Street? I recognize that the flood area was dealt with, but I'm wondering if we could have conversations of how that's going to be incorporated in the larger document, as well as the Greenway strategy east-west.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wiebe. Jimmy Zamar from Engineering will be here to answer.
Good evening, Jimmy Zamar, Engineering Services. Thanks for the question, Councillor. So the analysis within the study area will include a number of layers, so to speak, of interventions and opportunities, including what we call blue-green systems, existing daylighting within the study area, as well as future alignments and opportunities that extend beyond that and that follow on council's kind of recommendations for citywide considerations for blue-green systems.
Okay, thank you. Second one is on the Greenway network, recognizing trying to move people through Central Valley Greenway to Burnaby and other places. Are we seeing from a transportation standpoint that there's a lot of opportunity to improve the active transportation in this region?
Paul Kruger from Engineering will be able to answer that via WebEx.
Hey there. The short answer is yes. So we're looking at the whole Greenway and local active transportation connection network in the area, and looking at opportunities to improve the Central Valley Greenway. Also looking at potential future new Greenway alignments. The East Side Crosscut, which was identified as a Council 2019 portion of that, falls within this area. So we're looking at all of it together as a unified package, and really seeing, trying to coordinate Still Creek rehabilitation and daylighting efforts with potential Greenway and public space network improvements as well. So that's all on the table.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing Councillor Hardwick next.
Thank you very much. I can't find any mention of a community liaison group in the report, as in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan or the Citizens Assembly in Grandview or the Downtown Eastside LAP Committee or similar group. Why is that?
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Hardwick. We are just in the process of finalizing our engagement strategy and looking for the best ways to engage the broadest section of the community. I think, per other plans, we would be amenable to council input on how best to involve council perspectives. And be curious to hear input from council on that point.
The study area is huge here between Boundary and the edge of the Grandview Plan area, and then north to First, south to 22nd. It's bringing together several different neighborhoods, lumping them together in this one area. Have you contemplated how to be looking at the nuance of the component neighborhoods?
Thank you very much. That's an excellent question. Yes, the study area is meant to cast a wide net to make sure that we are able to focus in on the areas around the station area that offer the greatest opportunity. I think the actual plan boundaries will be refined through the public engagement process and technical analysis. In terms of integrating the local needs, the Vancouver plan does begin to provide some very important policy that allows local neighborhood centers to start to really form the hearts of neighborhoods, even while they are within the orbit of a larger transit center plan. And so I think we'd be looking for a balance between really serving the local needs and the local character while still recognizing the opportunities that the stations provide.
So that begs the question then, is the intention, using what you've described, to take from the current Broadway plan and apply it from Boundary to Nanaimo and then extend out to UBC as we've just seen in the previous item?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Hardwick. The Broadway plan offers its own opportunities and context. The Rupert and Renfrew station areas being centered around employment lands are very different context, as well as the surrounding land values are lower. And so we would anticipate a different approach than what Broadway brought, but certainly some consistent policies that are tied through the Vancouver plan of leveraging transit and investments and making sure that there's housing and jobs close to those. But the physical form would certainly look different than the Broadway plan. One example, just to illustrate that, would be because the employment lands do center around the stations, we would anticipate the taller buildings to be a little bit further away from the stations so that we are very conscientious in conserving of the employment lands.
Interesting, but ultimately what you're saying is the Vancouver plan trumps it all.
The Vancouver plan, pending council approval, I think is meant to give that overarching guidance for how best to approach growth and development in the future for Vancouver so that we can do so in a way that is, provides the greatest benefit and amenities to the public, and in a way that we can align all of our departments' investments and resources and policies to the greatest benefit. And so the short answer is yes, the Vancouver plan would very intentionally provide guidance, but how that lands at a local level, that's for a local conversation with the communities and neighborhoods that are there.
Okay, so that's the final point I want to clarify, is that what I heard through most of this presentation in the report is that we are not conducting public consultation on this particular item now, that we are relying on the Vancouver plan and the, I think you used the term robust public consultation that has taken place under the Vancouver plan to inform this particular area. Did I get that right?
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. I think what Neil is trying to convey is that our engagement process hasn't started yet. We plan to launch that in about a month. We've been collecting names and contacts from all of the our kind of typical neighborhood groups and our list that we reach out to, but we have not started that engagement process yet.
Wow. So we're asked to make decisions now without the benefit of that process.
You're being asked to endorse a terms of reference, an interim rezoning policy, some work on the development contribution expectation, amending the CAC policy, and directing staff to look back at some flood studies. Yes, ma'am, that's what we're asking for this evening.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm very interested in what you've already identified in this report, and we'll be pursuing around some of the risks related to climate change, especially with the focus on the Still Creek and resulting already impacts. So in the report, page 4, it talks about already encroachment on riparian areas, changes in flow, causing erosion and instability. I'm wondering if, because we've had atmospheric rivers already. So what is that most risk because of this? And what do we really need to pay attention to in terms of measures to protect those features of this area that are at risk?
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Jimmy Zamar will be here to answer that one.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Currently, we don't have current flood risks underway in our side of the watershed within the city boundary, but we do expect that with climate change, there will be increased flow, and that would bring erosion and other risks. I have one of our senior flood planning engineers on the phone, Amir Talagani, who may be able to add some more details specific to your question.
Great. And perhaps if he can also attend to the concern I had that this is interjurisdictional. I mean, the creek is, and so is there what is the plan around coordination, whether through Metro Vancouver or on an individual community by community basis?
So before I pass to Amir, just on that question, yes, correct. The management of the creek is across multiple boundaries between multiple municipalities, and it's led by Metro Vancouver with local interventions led by cities on each side. So there is a lot of work happening with community organizations, with stakeholders, as well as Metro Vancouver and other munis on that topic.
Right.
But I'll, if you'd like some more details, I can pass it to Amir.
Sure, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. So we do have a Still Creek floodplain within Vancouver. Floodplain is an area that could get inundated in an extreme storm event, like an atmospheric river or a more short duration intense event. While we haven't experienced such widespread flooding in our Still Creek floodplain, it could happen, and the extent of that flood hazard is growing due to climate change. The area that it would impact is adjacent to Grandview Highway. It's shown on some of the maps in the report. It's primarily the employment lands in the industrial area. With the increase due to climate change, the floodplain could expand a bit further. As Jimmy mentioned, this is interjurisdictional, and we are closely working with our neighbors in Burnaby and Metro Vancouver. Metro Vancouver led a recent update to the floodplain analysis, which city staff are reviewing, and one of the recommendations today is to direct staff to report back with some interim updates related to the updated floodplain study from Metro Vancouver. Does that answer your question?
It absolutely does. You did very clearly, and I'm very happy to see that that collaboration across municipal boundaries and with Metro Vancouver also. But just recognizing the increased risk, as scientists have certainly are certainly warning politicians that there are increased risks with accelerating climate change. So appreciate this work.
Thank you.
Yep, next, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wondered if staff could just sort of state simply with respect to the comment that you made during the presentation that we are prioritizing rental and below market housing, how exactly we're going to achieve that over strata. I know you've got the expectation concepts, but could you speak a little bit more as to how we would achieve the desired tenure of housing?
We haven't determined the pathway. I think the intent of that comment was to set expectations for where the city policy would prefer to be going, and to make sure that we don't set expectations that there would be a lot of, say, market strata housing, that the land would be prioritized for affordable housing and for rental. I imagine we will, in that case, be learning some through zoning some of the examples that we use through the secured rental policy to ensure that the correct incentives are for rental.
Okay, so potentially through an incentive type of strategy or approach, I guess the question being is part of what council is being asked to sort of endorse today in terms of the terms of reference and that signaling of that intent. Is that intended to signal intentions to the market for either current or future landholders in the area? And I'm sort of asking in terms of how you guard against folks that have come in and they're just they're fine with paying the amount they're going to develop strata. Like how enthusiastically are we going to pursue strategies that are going to secure that desired tenure of housing?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, to answer your first question, yes, it is very much meant to be a signal of intent. In terms of the exact policy of how best to achieve that intent, I think that's the work of the plan itself, and it's meant to be a vigorous signal to reflect this council's work and set of priorities that have been set out for the city, and so I think we would use that as our guide.
Okay, so we're vigorous and we're enthusiastic. Great, I'll leave it there. I'll save some time right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to follow up on a note I noted in the report around recognizing the importance for employment lands and industrial lands around Rupert and Renfrew, and that there would be provision for added density in terms of housing nearby. Is there any contemplation of combined employment and housing? Sorry, it's my dog. In and around the stations?
Are you able to answer the question?
No, I'm sorry. I was pausing because I didn't hear the.
I think
That's my question. I don't know if you got it. I'm sorry. I'm going back on mute because of my dog.
I think her question was, can you talk about the housing around the stations and the density?
The housing around the stations, and so yeah. I did hear maybe the question of how do you combine housing and employment areas on the same land. If that is indeed the case, then I ask Matt Bork to come up and give a response to that. But we're happy to expand if that was further needed. Thank you.
Hello, Council. Matthew Burke, Senior Planner with Economic Development Planning. As it notes in the report, we're recognizing that demand for employment space and industrial space in particular is very, very high right now, and it's expected to continue given the short land supply that we have for those types of uses. And we have undertaken some research into the types of employment uses that would be compatible with residential. And in general, we're finding that things like hours of operations, noise, smells, toxicity, light pollution, safety concerns related to fire and explosions can be very difficult to mitigate and can result in residents pushing out less compatible uses. And this can make the co-location of those types of activities with residential very challenging.
Thank you. To answer your question, Lisa? No?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Chair. And I had another question with respect to, and I recognize this is around terms of reference and land use and zoning, but as part of the work that you'll be undertaking in the engagement, will there be some attention paid to the historical area? There's a lot of history in this area with respect to the rail lines, and I'm just wondering if any of that will be a consideration in this work, because one of the things that's come up in previous meetings is that while we're undertaking development, we don't have a lot of attention paid to historical markers as part of that development. And I think it needs more attention. I know we gave some direction through arts and culture reports, but I'm curious if that is even a lens that we're applying we undertake these engagements.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, we do envision in the scope of this project engaging with community on some of the tangible and intangible cultural or heritage assets that they feel exist within the community, so that we can consider how we can best protect some of those.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate you addressed questions I was going to ask by Councillor Weeb around the greenways and coordination with adjacent municipalities around Still Creek and the watershed. And so I won't ask those questions, but thank you for that. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
I'm going to ask a question that I asked earlier also, and it follows up on some of my colleagues' questions. If we do see TransLink or Metro Vancouver in a regional sense move forward with their own development cost charges, how is this going to impact, or is this going to impact how we consider our terms of reference? Ultimately, if the pro forma numbers don't work for rental housing, that's going to be a big issue, and that's a concern I have. And I'm just wondering if staff share that concern or share a concern that this could actually, if this does move forward, this concept of TransLink and perhaps sort of the regional body of government also having a development cost charge, is that something that could affect affordability in Vancouver?
Great. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor DeGenova. Chris Robertson will be here to answer that.
Thanks.
Hi, Council. It's Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. And yes, we share the concern about the cumulative effects of cost charges and other development contributions that they have on future development. I can assure you that we are coordinating closely with Metro and TransLink. They actually do have charges currently now that do apply, and that work and the rates all get factored into the work that we do internally as well around our own development contributions and cost levies.
Thank you. Just to go a step further with that question, because I did understand that, would further cost charges that would be required or implemented in the future, would that be something where we would have to come back to the terms of reference, not only for the Rupert and Renfrew station, but obviously using this as an example? Would this be something that would be of a concern, or do you think we can move forward and we won't need to change this?
Well, what I can say is that certainly we would expect within the terms of this planning program to see rate increases, and I can assure you that those would be coordinated with all of the cost charges that are across the region and would be verified by a third-party consultant to help us. In terms of any additional charges on top of what we have today, I would expect the timing of those to not be corresponding to the timing of the planning program, but would also say that if they did, that we would have to look at them. It wouldn't affect the planning program as it's described, or we could come back and adjust it.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. See no more questions from councillors. We'll now move to listen to our speaker. We have one registered speaker, Nathan Davidovich. Can you hear us?
Well, how did she do? Okay, well, is this the same? Oh, who's this? Sugar Joyce. Those are, I paid for those already, so you only 15 on those. And she got 10 more. Who? 11, she has to get 11 more. Who does? Dee. Who? Dee Donna. Donna? Who's she?
Nathan?
Okay. Hello? Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. Hello? Yeah.
Hello. We just heard your conversation, but you can now spend 5 minutes to speak to council on report number 2.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This is very similar to vision reports. No change made, even though no members of council belongs to vision anymore. No community groups was informed about this report, otherwise they would be here, like Fog Hollow, Renfrew and Thunderbird Community Centers, Renfrew Seniors. They're all concerned of what's going to happen, but there's as I said, it's all done the Vision way, the wrong way. There is no Citizens Planning Advisory Committee like it was in the 1980s when they had one for the Joy Station, 29, Nanaimo, and Broadway Station areas. They established the Citizens Planning Advisory Committees. And so we have all these problems, and, this is not a vision council. But I presume the staff still thinks that you are vision because it's exactly copying from what other reports that they've produced and brought to council that are just copying what the vision policy is for the city. There is real problems in this area. I mean, the really bad bus service on Rupert Street, and Councillor Swanson spoke about that way back in 2019. It's even worse now than in 2019. And during the midday and evenings on Broadway, there is a 50% drop of bus service east of Commercial Drive. So only every second bus goes to Boundary Road. And so there's lots to be done, and it's not going to be done this way unless council wants to put a motion asking BC Housing to buy as much land as possible in this area before the developers get it so they can build affordable rental housing. They have 11-acre property at Skinner Terrace residence, the BC Housing owns. They should buy more properties all around that area, and it should be all affordable rental housing. But you're not going to pass such a motion asking BC Housing to do that. So the developer will come and scoop all those parcels of land and build expensive housing that's not affordable to most people in the city. And that's what's been happening on Canby. I don't have to tell you about the Canby corridor plan, another bad plan, but I mean it's happening all over the city, and BC Housing and the minister should be informed, and that it's going to make Vancouver unaffordable for lots of people. I also would mention that the level of lighting on Nanaimo and Renfrew Street, two major streets, for example, is at least 35% less than Dunbar Street, even though they carry more traffic and everything. This is another example of the inequity between the east side and the west side of the city. But so I don't know what you're going to do, but
Well, Nathan,
hopefully
you've got two councillors that got questions for you.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Dejanova, you're up.
Hi, Nathan. I have to, maybe I shouldn't ask, but I'm going to ask you, where would you like to see the station, if not near Thunderbird community centers and the others that you mentioned, which are also co-located with social housing, low-income housing, core need housing, where people could benefit most from transit?
Yeah, well, that's where it should be, yeah, on Broadway and Rupert and Broadway and Renfrew. And I think you have one development for Broadway and Renfrew coming to public hearing, I think 14-story high-rise. That's what BC Housing should buy, all the land.
Well, we can't hear about that, Nathan. I have to stop you because if something's referred to public hearing, we can't talk about it. Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that we're focusing on the question.
No, I just said it was one item that's coming. But as I said, BC Housing is not fulfilling the government promise of over 100,000 housing units in the next 10 years because they're not buying the land. They're letting developers buy it, and then they try to work out a P3 agreement with developers instead of them buying the land and developing it themselves and having
so right now, I'll just leave the question there. I'm just wondering, what would you like to see in the terms of reference? What is missing, in your opinion?
There's lots of things missing. You just have to have a community meeting in person at the Renfrew Community Center and have everybody there, and they'll come and tell you what they want to add to these terms of reference and to other things.
So just to make sure I'm understanding you don't disagree with what staff is presenting. You agree with that, but you think we should have more community consultation. Is that correct?
The whole process is wrong. It's a vision process. We don't want that process that the staff is proposing in the term of reference. No, it's bad.
Thank you, Nathan.
Okay, you have one more. Councillor Hardwick, you have questions for our speaker.
Yeah, thanks. So Nathan, thank you for touching on the absence of community liaison groups, and you're absolutely right about the process, which was really brought in by Vision over starting after 2008. To what extent do you think it's important to have real community liaison groups involved? And the reason that I ask is I heard the Director of Planning say that there had been robust consultation on the Vancouver plan, and that they would be then going out to people that are on their lists for consultation. To me, that's in contrast with a community liaison group approach. So what I'm asking you here is, do you see a difference in approach between what you've described as a vision process, which versus the previous process of citing community liaison groups?
Oh yes, it's a completely different process. Community liaison group will provide the council with way more information than the staff reports, and it would open up the whole area to everybody to contribute and to tell council what their ideas should be for this area, what's the problems in the area, how come the area has been neglected for so many years, and so forth. And community planning was Ray Spaxman when he was hired by the city, back in the 70s. And it worked very good. And we should go back to community planning.
Building on that, there was, again, what I got out of the questions I asked of staff is that this will be an extension, will be leveraging the community consultation that's gone on under the Vancouver plan, and then looking for lists of people that they have in the neighborhood. How do you, have you watched what's been going on during the last couple of years during the pandemic in respect? Because that's when the Vancouver plan consultation has been going on, and that is directly germane to what we're talking about here today. So again, 2 years in a pandemic.
Yeah, I did, and I think the process should have been stopped because we need in-person meetings and we need more answers. I went to those meetings, and when I asked them about transportation, they said, oh, well, TransLink approved Transport 2050, and we are based all our
Thank you,
information
Nathan. I appreciate it. That's the time for Councillor Hardwick. See no more questions. Thanks a lot for coming to speak to us again, Nathan. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Chair,
Seeing that
happy to move the report, Chair.
We're going to ask someone to move the report.
Chair, happy to move the report, Chair.
Second.
Councillor Kirby-Young, seconder. Can we make sure that that's made with the changes from staff? Councillor Kirby-Young, are you moving the report with
the amended memo? Correct.
Amended memo. Thank you very much. Councillor Dijnova, are you seconding the motion with the amended changes?
I tried, so yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded, is now on the floor. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Hardwick, you're up first.
Sorry about that. That was actually a request that we see the amended motion on the screen, please.
Yeah, we will put the amended motion with staff the motion with staff recommendations on the screen. While we do that, I'll put myself on the list. I'd like to thank staff for this report. It's great to see a first report starting to see some of the Vancouver plan stuff, the watershed planning, recognizing that we need to start planning differently, looking at the industrial lands, looking at different opportunities to create these communities. And so it's been a pleasure to read the report and start to see some of that work happening. I do agree as someone that sat on the Mount Pleasant implementation plan that it is good to have a community group that can help get the voices out in a quicker manner and be able to bring different people to the table. So I do hope that we do create some sort of group, assistant group that is also able to be there through the implementation component of it, because I think the city's been known to create really good policies and plans. However, sometimes there's some loss in translation when we get to the actual implementation and seeing the amenities being built and what they should look like, and making sure that all those are being brought out to the very end of the plan. So it'd be great to see some sort of group that's involved, if it's an advisory committee or some sort of connection that we have to people in that community to ensure that their input is being included and being remembered throughout the process. Anyone else like to speak to this? If not, we'll move to a vote. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote.
Chair, I could see Councillor Hardwick's hand up. No.
I thought I was still on the queue, but I think we've proceeded to a vote, so I'll pass.
Chair Weeb, I need a vote assist in favor.
Okay, we vote in favor.
Likewise, I'm not able to connect to the remote desktop, so I need a vote assist in favor, please. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, looks like everyone has voted. It passes unanimously. Thanks a lot. Great work by staff. Thank you. We will now move on to the bylaws. That concludes our reports for the day, as all the others have passed on the consent agenda. We have 19 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to the public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meeting if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 9 is from the public hearing on March 3rd, 2020. Councillor Carr, Dijnova, and the mayor were absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillor Carr, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? Councillor Dijnova.
I have and I will.
The mayor's absent. Bylaw 10 for public hearing March 3rd, 2022. Councillors Carr, Dijnova were absent. Councillor Carr, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? Councillor Dijnova.
I have and I will.
Perfect. Bylaw 13 is from the public hearing on October 20th, 2016. As only Councillor Carr and Dijnova were here at the time of the present of the public hearing, all other members will need to be confirmed. Councillor Fry.
Have and will.
Councillor Swanson.
No and no.
Councillor Hardwick.
No and no.
Councillor Boyle.
I have and I will.
Councillor Dominato.
I have not.
Councillor Bly.
I have and I will.
Councillor Kirby Young.
I have and I will.
And I have and I will. We have quorum. Bylaw 14 from the public hearing, March 3rd, 2022. Councillor Dijnova is absent. Councillor Dijnova, have you reviewed the proceedings?
I have and I will.
Beautiful. As and she will. Bylaw 16. Councillors Dijnova and Weeb were absent for the item public hearing. Dijnova, have you reviewed the proceedings?
Have and I will.
And I have and I will as well. Does any member wish to hold any bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest?
Move adoption.
Councillor Swanson.
I'd like to hold 14 and 16.
Okay, Swanson's holding 14 and 16. Councillor Hardwick.
I also want 14 and 16, but also 1, 15, 17, 18, and 19.
Okay, so that's 1, 15, 16, 19, and that's on top of the already held 14 and 16.
No, 1. So the two that Councillor Swanson did were 14 and 16. So 1, 15, 17, 18, 19.
Okay.
Thank you.
17, 18, 19. Perfect. Councillor Dijanova.
I thought it might be helpful if I moved 1, 15, 16, 17, and 19 first.
We will do them as 2 separate.
Yeah, and then 14 separately, and then the rest separately?
No, we'll do 14, 16 together. You want to move that? And then we'll move to 1, 15, 17, 18, 19, and then we'll do the rest.
It's a point of procedure.
Yes.
Chair.
If I may, I don't know, Councillor Hardwick didn't hold 14, so she may be wanting to vote differently on 14 and 16, and thus we couldn't put 14 in.
Hardwick had confirmed that she was also going to hold 14 and 16, so we're going to do 14 and 16 together.
Chair,
Happy to move
Councillor
forward.
Kirby Young.
Point of procedure. I have a point of procedure. I'd like to hold 1 for separate vote.
Okay, 1 will be separate vote. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato.
It was the same request. Thanks, Chair. Same request as Councillor Kirby Young.
Okay. Perfect. So we will move to the first vote, which will be for bylaw 14 and 16. We have a mover. Got moved by Dijanova, seconder, Carr. We'll go to a vote.
Chair, can I ask for a vote assist in favor and also have IT contact me?
Yes. IT's on it. Boom. Double thumbs up. Good to go. Boyle? Councillor Boyle?
Yes, Chair Weed, my screen says I've already voted in favor.
Okay. So does mine now.
What I would like.
All right, well, that passes with Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. We'll now move to the vote on bylaw 1. We have a mover. There's Nova. Second, Carr. We'll now go to a vote.
Chair, I've got IT remoting into my computer. Sorry for the interruption. Can you just repeat what bylaws we're voting on at this moment?
We're just doing bylaw 1.
Okay, so if I could just register a vote in opposition, please.
Okay. And Boyle, are you seeing something on your screen that I'm not seeing again?
Yeah, Chair Weed, sorry, my voting panel seems to be stuck in favor. So I guess I need a voting assist, which is in this case in favor.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So that's 5 in opposition. Dijanova, Hardwick, Dominato, Bly, Kirby Young.
Point of procedure, what does that mean from the clerk? It's a tie.
It fails.
It fails.
So that vote fails. We'll now move on to bylaws 15, 17, 18, 19. Been moved, second. Carr, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, we'll vote on screen.
Chair Weed, can I have a vote assist in favor again?
Yes, you may. Councilor Kirby-Young, we're just waiting for you.
Sorry, there's something sticky going on with the voting panel tonight, it seems. Sorry.
All good. We have one in opposition that passes. We'll now move to all outstanding bylaws. So that would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Move adoption.
13. Moved, Councilor Nova, second Carr. All those in favor?
Yay.
Yay. All those opposed? That passes unanimous. Beautiful.
Chair, I have a point of procedure.
Yes.
Can you please remind council what happens when a bylaw fails?
Great question. So we will pass that on to our city manager, who's looks excited to answer it.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. May defer to the clerk.
There's a lot of texting going on right now.
Sorry. We're just getting that answer.
I believe in order to come back with something similar, it has to be something new. Otherwise, council would have to rescind this previous decision.
Okay, and if I can ask a follow-up, Chair. So a policy that passes at council is only enacted when the bylaw passes. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Thank you.
Just a point of procedure, Chair.
Yeah, point of procedure.
As the clerk had stated that there would have to be a motion to rescind if we were to consider that again. Could you please elaborate, not just for council, but for those listening, as to who could move a motion to rescind? Do you have to vote in favor or in opposition to move a motion to rescind?
Are you able to answer the question? I'm just going through the process.
A member who moves a motion to rescind needs to have voted with the majority in the first instance. So whether it's a failed motion, they would have to vote in opposition, or approved motion in favor.
So just further point of procedure, to bring this back, it would have to be, to bring back bylaw 1. If council chose to do that, it would have to be a member who voted in opposition. Is that correct?
Correct, I believe so. We can provide further information to you and report back via memo if that's helpful.
That would be very helpful through the chair to the clerk. Thank you.
Can I just ask a further point of clarification, and maybe clerks can include this in the memo, but I'm interested to know what having voted in the majority means if the vote was a tie. I mean, I understand it fails because it was a tie, but nobody voted in the majority if it was a tie. So maybe that clarification can be included in the memo.
Yes, we can do that. I understand the majority would be, because it's a failed motion, it would be whoever voted in opposition. The other thing I just wanted to mention is the rescind is just at a future meeting. So if council wishes to do something else otherwise today, then that would be a different procedure.
And what is the procedure wanted to be done today?
That would then be a motion to reconsider.
Could I get a point of clarification, Swanson, here?
Yes, Councillor Swanson.
So does this mean that stores have to charge people when they give them free drinks now?
One second.
Because this was defeated?
So thanks, Deputy Mayor. So yeah, the implications of not enacting these bylaw changes means the existing bylaw remains in effect.
But
so there's no penalty for not charging 25 cents for.
So the exclusions and so on that were proposed with these changes will not take effect. So it provided
so people will be continue to be charged even for free drinks.
Yes, that's the way the bylaw currently reads.
That's pretty bad. Thanks.
But it can be brought back at this meeting. And we'll deal with that in a little bit. We're going to go to approval of form of developments. 4121 Canby Street. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? Sorry, I missed the first one. Approval for form of development 4506 Rupert Street. Does any member declare conflict of interest on this motion? Seeing none, would anyone like to move the motion? Carr,
So moved.
seconder, Fry.
Fry.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick.
Sorry, I was trying, we're in administrative motions now. We usually ask if there's any administrative motions that we want to pull to vote on separately, as we did with the bylaws.
I'm going to go through them one by one.
You're going to go, okay, well then we need to be able to vote on them separately then.
Yes, we're voting on administrative motion 1 right now, the approval for form of development for 4506 Rupert Street. Seeing no other questions, we'll move to a vote. Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Young. That passes with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. We'll now move to approval for form of development 4121 Canby Street.
Move adoption.
Formerly 412.
Sorry.
Yeah, moved by Councillor DeGenova. Seconder. Councillor Carr. Any discussion? Councillor Boyle, you're up.
I think that was a holdover.
Oh. Councillor Hardwick.
I believe this was one that was October 2016. So a point of procedure, if we weren't on council at the time, should we abstain?
Is it a point of procedure to the clerk? No, we should not abstain. You're able to vote on it if you've read the form of approval. Form development. See, now we'll go to a vote. All those in, we're going to record a vote. Thank you. And that passes unanimously. The next one is Resolution 3493 Commercial Street, closure of portion of the road for heritage building encroachments. Do we have a mover?
So moved.
Moved by Carr, second DeGenova. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do yays and nays. Yay?
Yay.
All those opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. We're on to the fourth resolution, closure of sale of portion of lane adjacent to 1650 East 12th Avenue. We have a mover? Move Carr, second.
Swanson.
DeGenova. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
All those opposed? That passes. We're on the fifth one. We'll do a recorded vote for this one. Consequential amendments to RT4, RT4A, RT4N, RT4AN, RT5, RT5N, and RT6 guidelines. We have a mover, DeGenova, seconder. Carr. Any discussion?
Recorded vote, please.
Yep, we're going to record a vote on this one. And voting screen's up. And that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We are now on to council members' motions. First one is request for leaves of absence.
Move adoption.
As follows, Councillor Kirby-Young from the meetings March 30th, 2022 from 6, April 6th, April 26th, April 27th. Moved by Councillor Dejanova. Do we have a seconder? Second, Councillor Carr.
Support of procedure.
Yes.
Wouldn't we move them all together? All of the leaves of absence? I see that that's just Councillor Kirby-Young, but I'm happy to move Councillor Boyle's, Councillor Dominato's, yours, Councillor Weeb's, your furthers, and Mayor Stewart's.
Perfect. I didn't see that part of the script. Yes, we will do Councillor Boyle for meeting on April 7th. Councillor Dominato for meeting on May 18th. Councillor Weeb on June 22nd and June 27th. Stewart for the week of April 18th. Is there a mover?
So moved.
Dejanova. Do we have a seconder? Carr. All those in favor?
Yay.
Say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed? That passes unanimously. Motion 2 is the changes to April and June business license hearing panels.
So moved.
Actually, we have the Honorable Stewart is here. You may take on. We are just starting motion 2 and members' motions. And you're on mute.
Thanks very much for that. Thank you for the chairing. We're going to have to switch computers, so could we take, say, 5 minutes to do that? And I'll come back in on the second motion. Is that okay, Chair?
Yep, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Great, thank you so much. Hey, can you log off that computer? Yeah, and I will log back in. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Bly.
Second.
Great, thanks so much. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks so much. That's passed. Sorry, panel. I brought up the wrong panel here, Council. Sorry about that. I didn't see the voting queues. There we are. Okay, thanks. Okay. Item 3 is motion 3 is placekeeping, protecting and supporting cultural food assets and other forms of intangible cultural heritage in Vancouver. And this is moved by Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Mayor. So this motion comes out of work that communities around the city have been leading and advocating on for years. And we will get to, if Council refers the motion for speakers, we'll get to hear from a number of those leaders about the work that they're doing tomorrow. As we all know, small neighborhood businesses and cultural spaces across Vancouver have been struggling since long before the pandemic. Small restaurants, greengrocers, cafes, and more spaces that make our neighborhoods more vibrant. And also, for many of these spaces that provide connection to identity and community and belonging for so many cultural communities across the city, food and culture are deeply intertwined. And I think it's worth noting, of course, that these issues are also really connected to land use. The fact that we restrict nearly all of our multifamily housing to arterials has put significant pressure on these spaces, and adding more housing off arterials within neighborhoods, more commercial space off arterials are also important solutions. This motion is focused on how we protect and support and promote these small culturally significant businesses that we know are so important to residents across the city. And that, as I said, many communities have already been working to protect and support. And the motion asks for cross-departmental work for staff to look at policies that are working in other local jurisdictions that would help to support these spaces as we do that important land use work through the Vancouver Plan and elsewhere alongside. So I'll leave it there. Happy to answer any questions, and I'm looking forward to hearing from speakers tomorrow.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Weeb, up to 1 minute for questions.
Yeah, can you talk about the response you got when you presented this to the Vancouver Food Policy?
There was enthusiasm. I've been meeting with community groups about this issue for the last 6 months or so, and hearing a lot of interesting stories and useful feedback, which has been incorporated into the motion in terms of approaches folks hear about elsewhere, a real interest in seeing the city's equity framework applied to the work that we're doing to make sure that communities who are already marginalized or struggling or have fewer access to city resources are prioritized and well supported in the way that this work moves forward.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'd be happy.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Weeb. I clicked your mic off there. Go ahead.
I was just saying, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you so much. And we have requests to speak to this, so can we, somebody move it as well?
Move.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks.
Move to refer to hear from speakers.
Thanks, and I heard Councillor Weeb there too. So all those in favor, yay?
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Great, thanks, that's passed. Okay, we're on to item motion 6, prioritizing citizen safety. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 2 minutes for this one. I'm just going to put you on the queue. Sorry, Councillor Swanson, I'm going to knock you off there for a sec. And there we go. Councillor Dejanova, up to 2 minutes.
Thanks very much. I'm bringing forward. Oh, I'm
Point of
sorry. I'm getting
procedure?
some feedback.
Point of procedure.
Sorry, yes, go ahead. Councillor.
I'm sorry, I understood that there was a council member motion number 4 of Councillor Swanson.
Oh, yes.
Oh, did I miss that? I'm sorry. Yes, my mistake. Councillor Dejanova, it's okay. We'll go back
So
to the.
sorry. I'll take
No,
myself off the queue.
That's very, very poor chairing on my behalf. I apologize. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead up to 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you to Councillor Hardwick. You're faster than I am here. So this is a motion to ask the staff to come back with a report about should we be putting money in the capital fund for land acquisition for nonprofit housing. The nonprofits are telling us that they can afford to build affordable housing if they have free land. We know that we have a dire need and that residents are clamoring for more non-market and co-op housing that lower income folks can afford. We talk a lot about complete communities where people can live, shop, go to medical appointments and community events. But then the housing options that we approve are pretty expensive. So the folks that work in all of those services have to live out in the suburbs where it's cheaper. So getting housing that is really affordable to lower income folks is part of climate work too. Councillor Carr made a motion at the start of our term calling for housing targets to match the incomes of people who need the housing. And so this is a simple motion asking the staff to report back in time for capital budget deliberations on what amount of money is needed in the capital plan to acquire enough land to meet housing affordability targets, taking into consideration existing city land that is or could be used for social housing. So yeah, this motion is supported by our own seniors and disability committees, by Brightside Community Home Foundation, by Cooperative Housing Foundation, and the BC Nonprofit Housing Association. So I'm hoping everyone will approve of it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. I don't see any questions for you. Would somebody second this motion?
Councillor Boyle, I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. We have speakers for this tomorrow, so can I have somebody?
I move that we hear the speaker.
Thank you. Do we have a?
Two.
I think I heard a second from Councillor Boyle. So all those in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, that's passed. Okay, now we're on to item 6, which is Councillor Dejanova. I'll put you on the queue, and you have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm bringing forward this motion prioritizing public safety because I think that it is really important that council hear from the residents, from the small business owners, but also from people who visit Vancouver and who don't feel safe in our city. Everyone deserves to feel safe in our city, and I feel that that goes beyond the work of the Vancouver Police Department, although I do respect the work that they do. I also know that there are people who live in fear hearing about the more than 4 assaults that happen to strangers in our community, in our city, on average every day. Recently, we heard about an 18-year-old exchange student who was here in Vancouver who was sucker punched in the head and lost consciousness. We've recently heard about someone else who was visiting Vancouver, a young man who was stabbed at a Tim Hortons when he was ordering a coffee, just like any of us could be. And I think that it's important that we address this, but at the same time, we do it in a compassionate way, that we include our partners, BC Housing, the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions, and also the BC Prosecution Service, amongst other organizations, and listen to residents, but also direct our staff and ask our staff to request the Vancouver Police Department work with them to come up with some actions that might make people feel safer in our city. It's really disappointing, and it breaks my heart to hear that people don't feel safe walking down the street. Some people might, but I'm hearing from families and especially women who aren't feeling safe in our city. So that's why I'm bringing this forward, Council. And I also just wanted to appreciate that Councillor Wiebe has been working with me on this also, and I think he's going to bring some very valuable amendments to this, and I look forward to supporting those.
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. That's fine. So we have speakers to this. So can I have somebody move to
move referral?
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Seconder.
Second, Dominato.
I heard Councillor Wiebe second. So all in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Great. Okay, motion 7 is by Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and forgive me, everybody, I'm a little under the weather and starting to feel a bit faded. This is a motion basically reflecting on our existing licensing requirements for landlords, and we license landlords, but it's based on some feedback that I've been getting from folks who are reaching out on various issues where landlords aren't really acting in compliance with the RTA, and that is a condition of having a landlord license. So, for instance, a number of us were reached out to by somebody who the washing and drying machines were dangerously unsafe in their building, but there's no way to contact the landlord, despite the fact that that is a condition of the RTA to make yourself available. Similarly, hearing stories of folks who are using rather unscrupulous techniques like advertising a long-term rental, and then when folks sign the rental agreement, it turns out it's actually being marketed as a vacation rental, and that's the terms of the RTA, so that when their 11 months are up, they have to renew a brand new lease and they have no rent protections that most normal renters would have. So the idea here is to really just ensure that folks do put up their license, which is a common practice of business licenses, but isn't a typical common practice of landlords necessarily, and alongside contact information that can inform folks of their rights. As I'm sure Councillor Swanson and some others will know, trying to get things through resident tenancy board can be quite an arduous process, and certainly not something that the average folks can undertake. It's a matter of months and stuff, and really giving people more tools so that they know their rights, and as a condition of our giving out a license to be a landlord in the city of Vancouver.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I don't see any questions for you. Do we have a seconder for this?
Kirby Young.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. There's speakers tomorrow, so we have a mover, please, to hear this.
So moved.
Councillor Weed, thank you. Seconder?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Okay, that's passed. Thanks very much. Okay, so next section is the notice of council members' motions. If you just want to put yourself on the queue, remember you have to send your title into the clerk, as well as the date which you intend to bring your motion forward. So Councillor Swanson, you're up first. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I have two motions for April 2nd. I already gave notice of this one, asking for a change in the Vancouver Charter to allow the city to levy a progressive property tax. And the other one is rejecting the increase to the 2021 police budget.
Thank you so much. Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, I've just sent in the title of my motion is the 2022 civic election ballot question to measure Vancouver elector support for a 2030 Winter Olympics bid. And the date for that is the council meeting of April 12th.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. For April 12th, lock it or lose it, improving secure bike infrastructure in the city of Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
The title is Free Parking and Other Measures to Address Public Safety and the Revitalization of Chinatown.
And the date for that one? April 12th?
Oh, April 12th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I've got one motion, which is titled Supporting the Creative and Innovative Economy for April 12th.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we're going to move from this section to new business. Again, new business will start with the request for leaves of absence is myself for today, March 29th from 3:45 to 6:30, and tomorrow, March 30th from 9:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Councillor Dominato for meetings on April 14th from 8 p.m. onwards for personal reasons. Mine are both for civic business. April 26th from 5 p.m. onwards for personal reasons. Council leave from meetings today, March 29th from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. for personal reasons. Councillor DeGenova for meetings on March 31st from 12 to 6 p.m. for personal reasons. Somebody like to move that motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you,
Second,
Councillor Hardwick.
Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Okay, great. Thanks. Now we're on new business still. So Councillor Boyle, you have new business?
Thanks, Mayor. I also need to request a leave of absence for civic business for tomorrow, the 30th, to attend the Mayor's Council meeting from 9:30 until noon.
Thanks very much. Do I have a mover for that? Anyone?
Can I move?
Swanson?
So moved, Dominato.
Okay, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Swanson, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, new business.
I'm sending a motion of reconsideration into the clerk, and I'm just wondering if I could have a 2-minute recess on that, if possible. I just got the wording now from the clerk, and I'm trying to do this in our proper procedure, Mayor.
If there are no objections, I'm happy to do a recess. I don't hear any objections, so let's reconvene in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Consider the have to change. I was copying and pasting.
Great, Councillor Dejanova, I do see your motion. I'm happy to proceed if everybody else is just checking with the clerks that we have quorum. One, two, three.
Yes, Mayor, there's 3 in chamber.
And do we have Councillor Dejanova here?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Correct.
Great. Okay, Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead. You have the floor.
There we go. Thank you. I'd like to move this motion of reconsideration, although I want to be very transparent. I can debate this. Is that correct, Mayor? Under a point of procedure, just wanted to check.
I'm just going to have to check with the clerks. I believe we can debate it, but I just wanted to double check.
That's correct. A motion to reconsider is debatable.
Thanks. Just wanted to check before I went on. Although I will still be voting the same way if this motion is reconsidered, I understand that there will be hardship on people who otherwise have meal vouchers or rely on free food and drinks. And right now, I understand even with vouchers, if we didn't move forward with this, that there would be a cup charge. So although I don't think this goes far enough in addressing the hardship, that's the reason that I won't be voting for it again if it is reconsidered. I wanted to be clear on why I'm moving the motion of reconsideration. And I also want to be clear that if other council members don't do it before me, I would look at bringing something back for council to consider in addition to this, to consider the hardships that there are to other groups of people, and also the fact that I don't think we're going far enough to meet our environmental goals and targets with this. And I do have a concern as to where the cup fee and the money is going right now. But for the reason that I would hate to see people have to continue with a hardship, that if they have a food voucher, that they have to find the 25 cents out of pocket, and that there's not much that the business or restaurant can do for them. I want to make sure that those people, have access to that food and those beverages. So for that reason, because it is a cup fee, I'm moving this motion of reconsideration.
Thank you so much. Do we have a seconder for this? I think anyone can second it.
Councillor Boyle?
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. We're on the main queue now. If anybody else would like to speak to this, Councillor Hardwick, I have you on. Did you want to speak, or is that left over?
I think that's a holdover.
Okay, great. Thanks. Anybody want to speak to this? Councillor Swanson. Up to 5. Might be on mute. You might be on mute, Councillor.
Sorry. I just want to say that we don't vote for this. We're voting to charge people who get a free cup of water at a Tim Hortons, 25 cents. I mean, it might not be perfect, but it's better not to charge people for free stuff. And I hope it goes through. I hope the bylaw goes through.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. I don't see anybody else on the queue. And so I'll move us to a vote on the this motion to reconsider. So if you'd like to reconsider, you vote in the affirmative. If you don't want to reconsider, you vote no. Councillor Dejanova. There. Okay, unanimous reconsider. So I'm going to go back to the clerks. Can you just remind me, do we have to move and second the bylaw again to start fresh?
No, now you're back as if the vote never happened on the bylaw. So we do already have a mover and seconder.
Right, but we could debate this again. People could still speak to this if they wanted to. Great. Okay, so if anybody wants to speak to this, Councillor Carr, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I just want to really thank Councillor Dejanova for putting this vote of reconsideration in front of us, which we've now passed, and her comments made about not wanting to see people who have free food vouchers have to pay when they are people who simply have virtually no extra cash. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Right, so I don't see anybody else in the queue, so now we're going to vote on the original bylaw. Councillor Dominato. Okay, thank you. All the votes are in, and that has passed with Councillors Kirby-Young, Bly, Dominato, and Dejanova in opposition. Right. Okay, great. So let's see. Councillor Dejanova, you still have the floor for new business. Anything else here?
I believe I have something in other business, Mayor.
Yep, well, we're not quite there yet.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Weep, Anything under new business?
Nope.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now we're moving on. Don't see anybody else in this queue. We're going to move to inquiries and other matters. Councillor Weeb, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my question is to the city manager. The Person with Disability Advisory Committee passed 2 motions, one on recommendations for the city municipal election 2022, as well as one requesting homebound voting for the city Vancouver municipal election 2022. I'm just wondering what we're doing to address some of the concerns from the committee regarding people having the ability and right to vote in the upcoming election.
Thanks, Councillor, very much for the question. Our Chief Election Officer and her team are tracking those motions really carefully and are working hard on that issue. So I'm happy to follow up with Council with more detail on that point.
Perfect. My second inquiry is on what we're doing to ensure that the derelict boats in Falls Creek are dealt with appropriately, recognizing we're coming into a season with regattas, dragon boating, and other facilities, and just recognizing that there's some vulnerable populations on those boats. And so I'm wondering, do we have a strategy or plan in place to ensure that we can support the events that normally utilize the waterways that haven't over the last 2 years because of the number of boats that are currently moored inappropriately?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Happy to follow up on that one as well. As you know, it's a really complicated jurisdictional question between the Transport Canada, Coast Guard, the port, the city park board. So the team of representatives from the various agencies are working on that as well, and I'm happy to give Council an update on where we're at. Okay, is that part of some of the work that Falls Creek working group does, or no? I'll have to, there's a working group around water quality that I think is distinct from the issue around boats and navigation and so on in the creek. But I can address that in our response. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the condolences the Mayor delivered on behalf of Council on the passing of Vancouver Police Department Superintendent Bill Spearn. I would like to add my heartfelt condolences to Bill's family, his friends, and his colleagues, including his VPD family. I met Bill through my work here at City Council, and I learned a lot from him, especially in the areas of drug policy, harm reduction, and safe supply. He was generous with his time, expertise, and knowledge. He was very modest. He was world-renowned for his expertise, and he traveled to places including the UK, Portugal, and Spain to speak with people about drug policy and to learn more about it and bring that back to our city, that knowledge. It was clear to me that Bill cared about his work, but he cared even more for the people in our city. He served with the VPD for 26 years until the day he passed away on March 20th of this year after a battle with cancer. He was known for balancing compassion and policing. In fact, he won prestigious awards for it. I want to share my thanks and appreciation for Bill's service and his work and dedication that made our city a better place. He was a great police officer and a very good person. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Carr, inquiries and other matters.
Yes. Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to raise the fact that today the federal government released its climate plan. That plan highlighted the dollars for electric vehicles and especially electric vehicle infrastructure, as well as dollars for energy retrofits. I am interested in whether we could get a report back from staff on the implications of that climate plan, the federal climate plan for our city, what opportunities there might be forthcoming, especially around the EV infrastructure and retrofits, including civic buildings, multifamily buildings, and homes.
Sure. Yeah, Councillor, I know our staff were tracking that announcement as well, so we'll get them to put together a summary for Council.
That would be fantastic. Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Great. Well, that is it for the list for today. Just before I call for adjournment, I would like to thank staff It's only Tuesday, but it feels like it's been 3 weeks packed in the last 2 days. And I really want to thank you for your extraordinary work, especially the senior management team. So thank you so much for everything you're doing. We've got a few more days to go, but I know we're all very appreciative of all the hard work you've done. So thank you. And with that, can I have a call?
A motion to adjourn.
Hey, there's one. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Nay.
Opposed, nay? Great. Thank you so much. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks again. Good night.
Thanks, Steph.